Tonight on Digging into History, we embark on an intimate journey through the minds that shaped our world, from Leonardo da Vinci's visionary genius that bridged art and science in Renaissance Italy, to Einstein's revolutionary theories born from simple thought experiments, to Alan Turing's tragic brilliance that birthed the computer age. So get cozy, pull that blanket a little closer, and prepare to travel through time with us as we explore the extraordinary lives behind history's greatest breakthroughs. Let's dive into the hearts and minds that forever changed our understanding of what's possible. Alan Mathison. Turing stood motionless on the windswept beach near his home in Wilmslow, watching waves crash against the shore with mathematical precision. Each advancing crest followed a pattern he could almost visualize as an equation, nature's algorithms made manifest in water and sand. It was early 1954, and at 41, the man whose mind had helped win a world war and conceptualize the modern computer was now contemplating the biological mathematics of growing things. He had been studying morphogenesis, how complex patterns in living organisms emerge from simple chemical interactions, finding in seashells and sunflowers the same elegant mathematical principles that had always captivated him. Even as personal tragedy engulfed him, his brilliant mind continued seeking order in chaos, patterns in randomness, meaning in a world that had shown him both extraordinary respect for his intellect and crushing contempt for his humanity. Born in London on June 23, 1912, to Julius and Ethel Turing, Alan emerged into a world still clinging to Victorian certainties even as they crumbled. His father, a civil servant in the British administration of India, was often absent during his early years. Young Alan displayed the distinctive combination of mathematical brilliance and social awkwardness that would mark his life. Finding solace in numbers while struggling with the unwritten rules of human interaction that others seemed to absorb effortlessly. At Sherborne School, where traditional classical education emphasized Latin and Greek over mathematics and science, Turing's unconventional mind was often misunderstood. If he is to stay at public school, he must aim at becoming educated, wrote one headmaster, blind to the extraordinary intellect developing along paths invisible to conventional pedagogy. Yet even here, Turing's determination revealed itself. When a general strike in 1926 threatened to prevent his return to school, the 14-year-old boy cycled 60 miles alone to make it to his first day, stopping overnight at an inn, a small but telling illustration of his independence and resolve. The trajectory of Turing's intellectual life accelerated at Cambridge University, where he found both academic recognition and a community more accepting of his eccentricities. Here, amid the centuries-old courtyards of King's College, he encountered the foundational problems in mathematics and logic that would lead to his groundbreaking 1936 paper on computable numbers. This work, which introduced what we now call the Turing machine, established the theoretical basis for modern computing by imagining a device that could implement any algorithm through simple mechanical operations on symbols. What seems obvious in our computer-saturated world was revolutionary then. The concept that complex logical operations could be reduced to simple mechanical steps, and that a single machine could be programmed to perform any computable task. This theoretical breakthrough came just as world events were hurtling toward global conflict. After completing his PhD at Princeton University, where he deepened his mathematical work while absorbing American culture with mixed feelings, Turing returned to Britain as war clouds gathered. When Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, he reported not to a university mathematics department, but to Bletchley Park, a Victorian manor house in Buckinghamshire that had become Britain's code-breaking headquarters. Here, Turing's abstract thinking found urgent practical application. The German military communicated using Enigma machines, typewriter-like devices that encrypted messages in what the Germans believed were unbreakable codes. Building on preliminary work by Polish mathematicians, Turing designed electromechanical devices called bombs that dramatically accelerated the process of eliminating impossible Enigma settings until only the correct one remained. By 1942, Bletchley Park was decrypting thousands of German messages daily, providing Allied commanders with invaluable intelligence that shortened the war by years and saved countless lives. The pressure was immense, Turing and his colleagues knew that every day they failed to break the code meant more Allied ships sunk, more supplies lost, more lives extinguished. When they succeeded, they faced the moral burden of knowing that strategic decisions about which convoys could be saved were made partly to protect the secret that Enigma had been compromised. Throughout this period of intense national service, Turing maintained his characteristic blend of brilliant insight and personal eccentricity, chaining his mug to a radiator to prevent theft, wearing a gas mask while cycling during pollen season, and occasionally alarming guards by carrying classified documents in his bicycle basket. After the war, Turing turned his attention from breaking codes to building machines that could implement his theoretical concepts of computation. At the National Physical Laboratory, and later at the University of Manchester, he worked on early computer designs that implemented stored programs and processing architectures remarkably similar to modern computers. Beyond hardware, he thought deeply about the philosophical implications of machine intelligence, proposing what we now call the Turing test as a practical approach to determining whether a machine could exhibit intelligent behavior indistinguishable from a human's. While his professional contributions expanded, his personal life unraveled through a cruel convergence of social prejudice and historical timing. In January 1952, following a home burglary, police investigation revealed Turing's relationship with Arnold Murray, a working-class man from Manchester. Homosexual acts remained criminal offences in Britain, as they had been since Victorian times. Rather than face imprisonment, Turing accepted chemical castration through estrogen injections, a treatment that caused physical suffering including breast development and emotional distress. The prosecution occurred just as Turing's security clearance became particularly valuable during the early Cold War. Despite having kept secrets that helped save his country during its darkest hour, he was now deemed a security risk because of his sexuality. Stripped of his cryptographic consultation work and subjected to humiliating medical procedures, Turing continued his academic research with remarkable resilience. His final years focused increasingly on mathematical biology, particularly the chemical basis of morphogenesis, how complex biological patterns emerge from simple interactions, a subject that perhaps offered him intellectual refuge from human cruelty. On June 7, 1954, Turing's housekeeper found him dead in his bed, with a half-eaten apple on his nightstand. The official inquest determined he had died by suicide from cyanide poisoning, though his mother insisted it was an accidental result of his careless chemical experiments. Some modern scholars have even raised the possibility of assassination, noting his knowledge of state secrets and the paranoia of the early Cold War era. What remains certain is that a mind of extraordinary capacity was extinguished decades before its natural time, leaving humanity to wonder what further contributions might have been possible. The full recognition of Turing's genius would come only posthumously, delayed by both the classified nature of his wartime work and social discomfort with his sexuality. As the secrets of Bletchley Park emerged from government archives, and as social attitudes evolved, Turing gradually received the recognition his contributions deserved. In 2009, British Prime Minister Gordon Brown issued an official government apology for Turing's treatment. In 2013, Queen Elizabeth II granted him a royal pardon. In 2017, legislation informally known as Turing's Law posthumously pardoned thousands of gay men convicted under historical legislation. Today, Turing's face appears on the British £50 note, the highest denomination in circulation. The concepts he developed in relative obscurity now underpin our digital civilization. Each time we use a computer, each time an algorithm processes data, each time artificial intelligence demonstrates capabilities once thought uniquely human, we are witnessing the unfolding of possibilities that Turing glimpsed decades before technology could realize them. What makes Turing's story particularly resonant is not just his intellectual achievements, but the profound humanity revealed through his struggles and resilience. In the rigid social structures of mid-20th century Britain, his nonconformity, both intellectual and personal, made him simultaneously invaluable to his country's survival and vulnerable to its prejudices. His life embodies the often painful tension between individual authenticity and social expectations, between intellectual freedom and institutional control. The beach near Wilmslow, where Turing often walked, has changed little since those solitary walks in early 1954. Waves still follow mathematical patterns as they break upon the shore. But the world Turing helped create through his mathematical imagination has transformed beyond recognition. In that transformation lies both the tragedy and triumph of his legacy, that the society that rejected him was nevertheless irreversibly changed by the power of his ideas, and that the digital age he helped conceive would eventually create spaces for the very forms of human diversity that his own era suppressed. In a remote mountain village in the military frontier of the Austrian Empire, lightning split the midnight sky. The midwife, startled by the ferocity of the storm on that fateful night of July 10th, 1856, reportedly remarked, "He'll be a child of the storm." Uka, exhausted but undaunted, replied, "No, of light." Neither woman could have known how prophetic those words would prove to be. The child born that thunderous night in Smiljan, Croatia, would indeed become a man of light. Nikola Tesla, the wizard who would harness electricity to transform human civilization forever. The remote limestone landscape of Tesla's childhood was a world apart from the electrified cities he would later help create. The son of a Serbian Orthodox priest and a mother whose own father had been a clergyman with an inventive streak, young Nikola straddled worlds of spiritual tradition and mechanical curiosity from his earliest days. His mother, unable to read or write when she married, had nonetheless developed an extraordinary memory and creative intelligence that Tesla would later credit as the source of his own inventive gifts. "My mother was an inventor of the first order," he would recall. "She invented and constructed all kinds of tools and devices." As a child, Tesla exhibited both brilliance and peculiarities that separated him from other children. He experienced intense flashes of light that would be accompanied by visions, sometimes of mechanisms or solutions to problems, sometimes of places he had never seen. These episodes, which might today be recognized as symptoms of a neurological condition, Tesla came to understand as central to his creative process. From an early age, he found himself driven to understand the mysterious forces of nature that surrounded him. Picture a lanky boy of 7, wandering along the banks of a mountain stream, crafting small water wheels that spun in the current with a smoothness and efficiency that surprised his elders. Or imagine him at 14, challenging himself to test the limits of his will by renouncing toys and sweets, training himself to suppress his desires, an early manifestation of the uncommon self-discipline that would characterize his life. Even then, he was preparing himself for a life dedicated to discovery rather than indulgence. A devastating bout of cholera nearly ended Tesla's journey before it truly began. For 9 months, the teenage Nikola lay bedridden, hovering between life and death. When the town physician finally told his father that the boy would not survive, Nikola, hearing this pronouncement, made a bargain that would shape his destiny. "Perhaps I might recover if you would let me study engineering," he told his father, who had hoped his son would follow him into the priesthood. Whether moved by divine inspiration or fatherly love, the elder Tesla promised that he would send Nikola to the best technical institution if he recovered. The next day, Tesla's condition began to improve. True to his word, Tesla's father arranged for his son to study engineering, first at the Polytechnic Institute in Graz, Austria, and later at the University of Prague. Tesla proved a remarkable student, possessed of an eidetic memory that allowed him to memorize entire books and visualize complete mechanisms in his mind. He would later claim that he could run mental simulations of machines, identifying design flaws before ever building a physical prototype, a talent that seemed almost supernatural to his contemporaries. Yet for all his intellectual gifts, Tesla's path was not an easy one. Financial pressures forced him to drop out of university without completing his degree. After working as a draftsman and electrical engineer in Budapest and Paris, he arrived in the United States in 1884 with little more than a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison, a few poems written in his own hand, and a vision of an electrical system based not on Edison's direct current but on alternating current, a system that could transmit power over vast distances. The meeting between Tesla and Edison marked a pivotal moment in the history of technology. Two titans of invention with fundamentally different approaches. Where Edison was a pragmatic experimenter who relied on trial and error, Tesla was a theoretical visionary who could construct and test complex machines in the laboratory of his mind. Where Edison was a shrewd businessman who understood the commercial aspects of invention, Tesla was driven by the pure joy of discovery, often to the detriment of his financial interests. Their brief collaboration ended in acrimony when Edison allegedly promised Tesla $50,000 to improve his DC generators, only to dismiss the offer as a joke when Tesla succeeded. "Tesla, you don't understand American humor," Edison reportedly said when the young engineer requested payment. Tesla immediately resigned, launching a rivalry that would culminate in the War of the Currents, a battle not just between two men, but between two fundamentally different approaches to electrifying America. After leaving Edison's employ, Tesla endured a period of extreme hardship, working as a manual laborer digging ditches for $2 a day to survive. From these depths, his rise would be as dramatic as it was improbable. A chance meeting with Alfred S. Brown and Charles F. Peck, investors who recognized Tesla's genius, led to the formation of the Tesla Electric Company in 1887. This partnership provided Tesla with the financial backing to develop his alternating current motor and transformer designs. George Westinghouse, recognizing the superiority of Tesla's AC system over Edison's DC technology, purchased Tesla's patents for $60,000 in cash and stock, plus a royalty of $2.50 per horsepower, a deal that should have made Tesla enormously wealthy. But when Westinghouse later faced financial difficulties, Tesla, in an act of extraordinary generosity and short-sightedness, tore up the royalty contract, forgoing what would have amounted to billions in today's currency. Westinghouse, Tesla reportedly said, "Your company must live. It is more important to the world than my personal fortune." The triumph of the alternating current system was spectacularly validated at the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, where Tesla and Westinghouse illuminated the fair with a dazzling display of electric light, outshining Edison's DC exhibit, and winning the contract to harness the power of Niagara Falls, fulfilling a childhood dream Tesla had nursed since seeing a picture of the falls and telling his uncle, "Someday I will go to America and capture this great waterfall." The image of Tesla standing in his laboratory on Houston Street in New York City, his tall, gaunt figure bathed in the eerie glow of electrical fire as artificial lightning leapt from his Tesla coils, has become iconic. Here was a man who had seemingly tamed electricity itself, who calmly allowed millions of volts to course around him while holding phosphorescent bulbs that lit up in his hands without any connecting wires. To observers it seemed like sorcery. To Tesla it was simply the practical application of principles he had worked out in the quiet laboratory of his mind. Despite these triumphs, Tesla's life was marked by a peculiar isolation. He never married, claiming that his chastity was essential to his scientific abilities. "I do not think you can name many great inventions that have been made by married men," he once remarked. He lived primarily in hotels, developing increasingly elaborate routines and phobias. He required divisible by 3 towels, would compute the cubic contents of his food before eating, and harbored an aversion to touching human hair, pearls, and anything round. Yet there was tenderness in Tesla as well. He had a special affinity for pigeons, feeding them daily in the parks of New York. One white pigeon in particular became the object of his affection. "I loved that pigeon," Tesla confessed late in life. "I loved her as a man loves a woman, and she loved me." When the bird died, Tesla claimed that something went out of his life, and he knew his life's work was finished. The middle years of Tesla's career were his most productive. Working from his laboratory, he investigated not just electricity but the fundamental nature of the cosmos itself. He experimented with X-rays before Röntgen's official discovery of them. He investigated cosmic rays. He claimed to have detected signals from Mars while conducting experiments in Colorado Springs, where he built a laboratory specifically to study the wireless transmission of power. It was in Colorado that Tesla performed some of his most spectacular experiments, creating artificial lightning bolts 135 feet long, causing thunder that could be heard 15 miles away, and accidentally causing a regional power outage when his experiments drew too much energy from the local power station. The people of Colorado Springs simultaneously feared and revered the tall, elegant man whose mysterious activities on the prairie seemed to command the very forces of nature. Tesla's vision reached its apotheosis in his plan for a world wireless system centered around a tower at Wardenclyffe on Long Island that would broadcast not just information but power freely around the globe. "It is not a dream," he insisted. "It is a simple feat of scientific electrical engineering." But the dream collapsed when his financial backer, J.P. Morgan, withdrew support. reportedly alarmed by the implications of free energy for the commodification of electricity. The half-completed Wardenclyffe Tower stood as a monument to Tesla's grandest ambition until it was demolished in 1917. The fall from grace was precipitous. The man who had once lit up the Chicago World's Fair found himself increasingly marginalized as the 20th century progressed. Younger scientists embraced quantum physics, a field Tesla dismissed as nonsense. His increasingly grandiose claims about death rays and communication with other planets were met with skepticism or ridicule. The hotels where he had once been a celebrated resident began to press him for unpaid bills. There is something profoundly moving about the image of the aging Tesla, impeccably dressed in increasingly threadbare suits, feeding his beloved pigeons in New York's parks, his mind still teeming with inventions and insights that would never find material expression, though recognized with scientific honors, including the prestigious Edison Medal in 1916, an irony not lost on Tesla. He lived his final decades in relative poverty and increasing obscurity. In January 1943, Tesla died alone in room 3327 of the New Yorker Hotel. 2 days later, the FBI ordered the Office of Alien Property to seize all his belongings, concerned about his claims of having invented a powerful directed energy weapon. The man who had registered more than 300 patents worldwide, whose inventions had helped build the modern world, left an estate insufficient to cover his funeral expenses. Yet Tesla's legacy refused to fade into obscurity. While his name was relatively unknown to the general public for decades after his death, a resurgence of interest began in the 1990s. Today, his surname adorns the world's most valuable electric car company, his face appears on postage stamps and currency, and his contributions to science and technology are finally receiving the recognition they deserve. The irony is that we now live in a world that Tesla envisioned more than a century ago, a world of wireless communication, remote control, and electrical illumination. The smartphone in your pocket, the computer on your desk, the lights in your home, all owe something to Tesla's genius. Every time we use electricity that has been transmitted over long distances, we are benefiting from the system Tesla championed against Edison's inferior direct current approach. What makes Tesla's story particularly poignant is the contrast between the immensity of his contribution and the modesty of his personal rewards. Unlike Edison or Westinghouse, he never built an industrial empire. Unlike his contemporary Guglielmo Marconi, who received the Nobel Prize for wireless telegraphy, despite using 17 of Tesla's patents, Tesla's most significant recognition came posthumously. Perhaps part of the renewed fascination with Tesla stems from his status as the archetypal unappreciated genius, the pure scientist whose commercial naivety left him vulnerable to exploitation by more worldly men. His story embodies a tension at the heart of innovation, between the solitary act of invention and the collaborative, often cutthroat business of bringing those inventions to market. There is also something deeply compelling about Tesla's vision of technology as a liberating force. At a time when many feared electricity as dangerous or unnatural, Tesla literally cloaked himself in electrical fire to demonstrate its safety. At a time when industrialists sought to meter and monetize every kilowatt, Tesla dreamed of broadcasting power freely to all corners of the earth. His vision was not just of a more technologically advanced world, but of a more equitable one. Today, the limestone village where Tesla was born during that lightning storm in 1856 has become a pilgrimage site for engineers, scientists, and admirers from around the world. Visitors can see the church where his father preached, and the modest home where his mother's mechanical ingenuity first inspired him. These simple surroundings remind us that genius can emerge anywhere, that the mind that would revolutionize human civilization began as a curious child in a remote village, watching lightning split the sky. The lightning of that July night has long since dissipated, its energy dispersed into the atmosphere, but the intellectual lightning that coursed through Nikola Tesla, the flashes of insight, the visions of machines not yet built, the dreams of a world transformed by technology, continues to illuminate our lives. Each time we turn on a light, each time we use our wireless devices, each time electricity flows invisibly through the infrastructure of our cities, we are touching the legacy of the slender, elegant man who, as his mother predicted on the night of his tempestuous birth, truly became a child of light. The rain fell softly against the windows of a modest apartment in Ulm, Germany on a spring day in 1879. Inside, Pauline Einstein cradled her newborn son, noting with some concern the unusual shape of his head, slightly too large and oddly angled. The family physician assured her that the peculiarity would pass, but neither he nor anyone else could have possibly predicted that within this seemingly ordinary child's brain lay a universe of thought that would one day revolutionize our understanding of space, time, and the fundamental nature of reality itself. This is the story of Albert Einstein, a man whose name has become synonymous with genius, yet whose humanity was as remarkable as his intellect. The Einstein household was not one of academic brilliance or extraordinary privilege. Hermann Einstein, Albert's father, was an amiable but not particularly successful businessman who moved his family from Ulm to Munich when Albert was still an infant, hoping to establish a more profitable electrical engineering business. Pauline was a talented pianist who instilled in her son an appreciation for music that would remain with him throughout his life. Little in this comfortable but unremarkable middle-class Jewish family suggested they were nurturing one of history's greatest minds. In fact, the young Albert's development gave his parents cause for concern rather than celebration. He was slow to speak, so delayed that his parents worried about his cognitive development. When he did begin to talk around age 3, he had the peculiar habit of rehearsing sentences silently before speaking them aloud, as if testing their meaning and structure. This thoughtfulness, this hesitation before expression, would become characteristic of a mind that refused to accept ideas without examining them thoroughly. Picture a young boy of 5, lying in bed with a fever. His father, seeking to distract him from his illness, presents him with a compass. Albert is transfixed. The needle moves, pointing north regardless of how the compass is turned or positioned. What invisible force could be acting on this small piece of metal, guiding it with such unwavering certainty? This moment, which Einstein himself would later recall as pivotal, sparked a lifelong quest to understand the hidden forces that govern our universe. The popular image of Einstein as a poor student is largely a myth, but his relationship with formal education was indeed complicated. He chafed under the rigid, authoritarian teaching methods common in late 19th century Germany. The spirit of learning and creative thought were lost in strict rote learning. He would later recall, his questioning nature and resistance to authority were already evident, qualities that would serve his scientific thinking well, but made him a challenging student. At 12, Albert discovered Euclid's Elements, the ancient Greek text on geometry. He referred to it as his holy geometry book and worked through its theorems with religious devotion. Here was a system of thought where complex truths could be derived from simple axioms through pure reason, a revelation for the young Einstein. Around the same time, he discovered popular science books that introduced him to the great scientific questions of the age. The seed of scientific curiosity, planted by that childhood compass, was beginning to grow. A critical turning point came when Einstein's father's business failed, forcing the family to relocate to Italy, leaving 16-year-old Albert behind in Munich to complete his education. The separation didn't last long. Unhappy and alienated, Einstein engineered his own exit from the German school system by persuading a doctor to write a note, claiming he was suffering from nervous exhaustion. He then made his way to Italy to rejoin his family, a bold act of self-determination for a teenager. This early independence of thought and willingness to chart his own course would become hallmarks of Einstein's approach to both life and science. After eventually completing his secondary education in Switzerland, he applied to the prestigious Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, later ETH Zurich. His entrance exam results were mixed, excellent in physics and mathematics, inadequate in other subjects, but he was admitted after completing additional preparatory work. In Zurich, Einstein found both intellectual stimulation and emotional connection. He met Mileva Maric, a fellow physics student, and the only woman in his class. Their relationship blossomed into romance and intellectual partnership, though the full extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work remains a subject of scholarly debate. What is certain is that they shared a passion for physics and a bohemian disregard for convention. Their relationship produced a daughter before their marriage, a child named Liesel, whose fate remains one of the enigmas of Einstein's biography. Some evidence suggests she was given up for adoption. Other accounts indicate she may have died in infancy. Einstein never spoke publicly of this first child, and the pain of this early family secret seems to have been buried deeply by both parents. After graduation, Einstein struggled to find academic employment, a situation exacerbated by the subtle anti-Semitism of the European university system and his reputation for independent thinking. He eventually secured a position at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, a twist of fate that may have been crucial to his scientific development. Working as a technical expert third class, Einstein evaluated patent applications, a job that required him to visualize practical mechanical operations from abstract descriptions. This daily exercise in visualization and thought experimentation honed skills that would prove invaluable in his theoretical work. The patent office also provided something else precious to a young thinker: time. Unlike an academic position that would have demanded publication and conformity to established research directions, Einstein's government job required only 7 hours of his attention each day. The rest he could devote to his own scientific inquiries. In a way, he later reflected, "It was good that I was not educated in a scientific environment but essentially by myself in the patent office." It was during these Bern years that Einstein produced the work that would transform physics. 1905, his annus mirabilis or miracle year, saw the publication of 4 papers that each would have secured a place in scientific history. He explained Brownian motion, providing crucial evidence for the existence of atoms at a time when this was still debated. He described the photoelectric effect, suggesting that light comes in discrete packets later called photons, a founding insight of quantum theory. He refined the understanding of molecular dimensions, and most famously he introduced special relativity, overturning centuries of accepted wisdom about the nature of space and time. Imagine him walking home in the evening along the streets of Bern, past the clock tower that had helped inspire his thoughts on the relativity of simultaneity. He had spent his day examining patent applications, then his evenings and weekends developing theories that would alter humanity's understanding of the cosmos. Yet to his neighbors, he was simply an amiable young patent clerk with a mustache and unruly hair, perhaps whistling Mozart as he returned to his modest apartment, where Mileva and their first son, Hans Albert, awaited. Einstein's early papers did not immediately catapult him to fame. The revolutionary nature of his work was recognized first by a few discerning minds in the physics community, and slowly his reputation grew. By 1909, he had secured his first academic position, beginning the transition from obscure patent examiner to the world's most renowned scientist. His family life, however, was unraveling. The relationship with Mileva deteriorated as Einstein's professional success grew. They had a second son, Eduard, but the marriage was strained by Einstein's emotional detachment, and eventually his relationship with his cousin Elsa, who would become his second wife. The separation from Mileva was protracted and painful, with Einstein offering her the monetary award from a future Nobel Prize, which he indeed received in 1921 as part of their divorce settlement. As Einstein's scientific reputation soared, he continued to refine and expand his theories. The culmination came in 1915 with the publication of his general theory of relativity, which explained gravity not as a force, but as a curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. The theory was so mathematically complex and conceptually revolutionary that few could fully comprehend it, yet its elegance and explanatory power were undeniable. Confirmation came dramatically in 1919, when observations of a solar eclipse confirmed Einstein's prediction that light from distant stars would be bent as it passed near the sun. The Times of London proclaimed, "Revolution in science, new theory of the universe, Newton's ideas overthrown." Overnight, Einstein became not just a respected physicist but a global celebrity, his name a byword for genius, his wild hair and gentle eyes instantly recognizable around the world. Fame brought with it a platform which Einstein used not just to advance science but to advocate for his deeply held humanist, pacifist and progressive values. Having witnessed the devastation of World War I, he became an outspoken advocate for international cooperation and disarmament. His Jewish identity, which had been relatively unimportant to him in his youth, became increasingly significant as anti-Semitism rose in Europe during the 1920s and 30s. When the Nazis came to power in Germany in 1933, Einstein was visiting the United States. He never returned to the country of his birth, accepting a position at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. From this sanctuary, he watched with horror as the Nazi regime implemented increasingly brutal anti-Semitic policies, culminating in the Holocaust that would claim the lives of millions, including many of Einstein's extended family and former colleagues. Einstein's life in America represented yet another reinvention. Now in his 50s, his most groundbreaking scientific work behind him, he became a kind of secular sage, sought after for his opinions on everything from education to international relations. He continued his scientific pursuits, focusing increasingly on the quest for a unified field theory that would bring together all fundamental forces in a single elegant framework. This quest would remain unfulfilled at his death, though it continues to inspire theoretical physics to this day. His personal life settled into a pattern of relative domestic tranquility with Elsa, though it was punctuated by personal tragedies, including the institutionalization of his son Eduard, who suffered from schizophrenia, and Elsa's death in 1936. Einstein found comfort in music, often playing his violin with friends in informal chamber groups. He also enjoyed sailing on the lakes near Princeton, finding in this activity the perfect combination of technical challenge and peaceful communion with nature. The scientific community of the 1930s and 40s was transforming rapidly, in ways that sometimes left Einstein feeling like a relic of an earlier era. Quantum mechanics, a field he had helped to pioneer with his work on the photoelectric effect, had evolved in directions he found philosophically troubling. God does not play dice with the universe, he famously objected, unable to accept the fundamental indeterminism at the heart of quantum theory. Yet even as he stood apart from the mainstream of physics, his critiques and thought experiments helped to sharpen and clarify the field's conceptual foundations. World War II brought Einstein's pacifist principles into conflict with his horror of Nazism. In 1939, concerned about German nuclear research, he signed a letter to President Roosevelt highlighting the potential for developing atomic weapons. This letter helped catalyze the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself, deemed a security risk due to his pacifist views, played no direct role in developing the bombs that would devastate Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The atomic bombings left Einstein profoundly shaken. "Had I known that the Germans would not succeed in producing an atomic bomb," he later confessed, "I would have never lifted a finger." In his remaining years, he became an outspoken advocate for nuclear disarmament and world government, seeing in international cooperation the only hope for humanity's survival in the atomic age. As Einstein aged, his appearance became increasingly iconic. The wild white hair, the gentle eyes, the rumpled sweaters. He embraced his public image with good humor, once remarking, "The only reason people remember me is because they all flunked math and physics in high school." Behind this self-deprecation, however, was a deep concern for how his scientific legacy would be understood and applied. In April 1955, Einstein experienced severe abdominal pain and was taken to Princeton Hospital. He refused surgery, saying, "I want to go when I want. It is tasteless to prolong life artificially. I have done my share. It is time to go. I will do it elegantly." He died on April 18th from an aortic aneurysm. In accordance with his wishes, his body was cremated the same day, but not before the pathologist removed his brain, without the family's permission, in the hope that future study might reveal the anatomical basis of his extraordinary intellect. This final violation of his privacy was emblematic of humanity's desire to understand and perhaps bottle the essence of Einstein's genius. Yet what made Einstein extraordinary was not merely the structure of his brain but the way he used it, his childlike wonder, his willingness to question fundamental assumptions, his ability to imagine himself riding alongside a beam of light or falling in an elevator through space. These thought experiments, so simple in concept yet so profound in implication, reflected a mind that never lost its capacity for awe in the face of the universe's mysteries. On Einstein's desk at the time of his death was a draft of a speech he had been preparing for a television appearance to commemorate the 7th anniversary of Israeli independence. The unfinished manuscript contained what might serve as his epitaph. "The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science. The rain that fell on Ulm the day of Einstein's birth has long since returned to the sea and fallen again countless times. The compass that sparked his wonder has been lost to history. The patent office where he conceived his miracle year papers has become a pilgrimage site for scientists and historians. But Einstein's ideas continue to reverberate through the universe in the GPS satellites that use relativity to pinpoint our location, in the solar cells that employ the photoelectric effect to generate clean energy, in the ongoing efforts of physicists to complete the unified theory he sought. Perhaps most enduring is Einstein's example of what the human mind can achieve when it refuses to accept conventional limitations. The boy who was slow to speak grew into a man whose words and equations rewrote our understanding of reality. The patent clerk whose ideas were too radical for academia became the scientist whose theories have withstood a century of rigorous testing. The gentle, violin-playing pacifist who abhorred nationalism and militarism became a global citizen whose concern for humanity transcended borders and generations. In a universe governed by the relativity he discovered, where time itself is malleable and perspective-dependent, Einstein's legacy persists not as a static monument, but as a dynamic inspiration, a reminder that our most fundamental assumptions about reality are always subject to revision, that imagination is as vital to scientific progress as rigorous analysis, and that the greatest minds are those that retain the curiosity and wonder of a child, even as they master the mathematical tools of advanced science. The miracle of Einstein was not just the revolutionary theories he developed, but the revolutionary thinker he remained, questioning, imagining, wondering, until the very end of his extraordinary journey through the space-time continuum. He helped us to comprehend. Ada Byron King, Countess of Lovelace, stared through the London fog at the intricate brass gears laid out on Charles Babbage's work table. While others saw merely an ingenious mechanical curiosity, she perceived something far more profound, a gateway to a world where machines might weave algebraic patterns just as a loom weaves flowers and leaves. On this winter day in 1842, as she contemplated what Babbage called his analytical engine, Ada's mind raced with insights that transcended the limitations of her era, glimpsing possibilities that would not be realized for another century. Between the polished brass cogs and carefully calibrated wheels, she envisioned what no one else could, the distant future of computing. Born December 10th, 1815, in London, Ada entered the world as the only legitimate child of one of history's most scandalous literary figures, the brilliant, troubled poet Lord Byron. Her mother, Anne Isabella Milbanke, separated from Byron just weeks after Ada's birth, determined that her daughter would never know her father's dangerous charisma or inherit his rumoured madness. Byron departed England in self-imposed exile 4 months later, never to return, leaving behind a daughter he would never know but would immortalise as Ada, sole daughter of my house and heart, in his poem Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. Lady Byron, whom Byron himself had called the Princess of Parallelograms for her mathematical aptitude, implemented an unusual educational program designed to suppress any poetic tendencies Ada might have inherited from her father. The young girl's curriculum emphasized mathematics, logic, and science, subjects considered largely inappropriate for aristocratic young women in Regency England. Behind this unconventional education lay a mother's determination that reason would triumph over the emotional excesses she had witnessed in her brief, turbulent marriage. This mathematically rigorous upbringing might have produced a rigid, unimaginative mind. Instead, it provided structure for Ada's remarkably expansive intellect. From early childhood, she displayed not just aptitude but passion for understanding mechanisms and patterns. She designed boats and steam-powered flying machines, studied anatomy to understand how birds achieved flight, and devoured advanced mathematical texts with unusual comprehension. Ada's early years were not without difficulty. Periods of illness frequently interrupted her studies, with a bout of measles in 1829, leaving her temporarily paralyzed and confined to bed for nearly 3 years. During this extended convalescence, she deepened her mathematical studies and developed the focused concentration that would later enable her most significant intellectual contributions. She later described how mathematics provided a perpetual source of excitement that helped her endure physical suffering, writing to her tutor that these studies prevent my mind from becoming paralyzed. The pivotal moment in Ada's intellectual development came in June 1833, when 17-year-old Ada attended a London dinner party and met Charles Babbage, the Lucasian professor of mathematics at Cambridge, the same position Newton had once held. Babbage, 41, and recently widowed, had become known in London society for his difference engine, a mechanical calculator designed to compute polynomial functions and produce mathematical tables with unprecedented accuracy. Ada immediately grasped the significance of Babbage's work. She requested a private demonstration of his partially constructed difference engine, becoming one of the few people to fully comprehend both its mechanical operation and its mathematical principles. This meeting initiated an intellectual partnership that would define her scientific legacy and establish her place in the prehistory of computer science. The following years brought significant personal transitions. In 1835, Ada married William King, who would later become the Earl of Lovelace, giving Ada the title by which history remembers her. Their marriage produced 3 children within 4 years, yet motherhood did not diminish her intellectual pursuits. If anything, It coincided with her most productive period of mathematical study under the guidance of Augustus de Morgan, a leading mathematician at the University of London, who recognized her exceptional talent. De Morgan wrote to Lady Byron about Ada's mathematical ability in terms that transcended the gender expectations of the time. The power of thinking on these matters, which Lady Lovelace has always shown from the beginning of my correspondence with her, has been something so utterly out of the common way for any beginner man or woman that it has been particularly agreeable to me to correspond with her on the subject. He noted that, had she been a man, she might have become an original mathematical investigator, perhaps of first-rate eminence. By 1841, Babbage had abandoned the difference engine to focus on a far more ambitious project, the analytical engine. While the difference engine was designed to perform specific calculations, the analytical engine represented something revolutionary, a general-purpose computing machine with separate memory and processing units, conditional branching, and looping, concepts fundamental to modern computer architecture. Babbage struggled to communicate the significance of this conceptual leap to potential funders and fellow scientists. Enter Ada Lovelace. In 1842, she undertook the translation of an Italian engineer's memoir on the analytical engine. Rather than producing a simple translation, she supplemented the work with an elaborate set of notes labeled A through G, which ultimately ran 3 times longer than the original article. These notes, published in 1843 in the English scientific journal Taylor's Scientific Memoirs under her initials AAL, contained what many consider the first computer program, an algorithm for calculating Bernoulli numbers that could be implemented on the analytical engine. More profoundly, Ada's notes articulated visions for computing that transcended mere calculation. She recognized that a machine manipulating symbols according to rules could process not just numbers but potentially any form of information representable in symbols. The analytical engine, she wrote, weaves algebraic patterns just as the jacquard loom weaves flowers and leaves. This insight, that computers might manipulate symbols representing anything, not just numerical quantities, anticipated the fundamental principle of modern computing, a century before the technology existed to realize it. Ada explicitly refuted the notion that machines like the analytical engine might ever think independently, writing that they can do whatever we know how to order it to perform, but have no pretensions to originate anything. This clear-eyed assessment of both the potential and limitations of computing machines reveals a nuanced understanding that avoided both the over-enthusiasm and excessive skepticism common in reactions to new technologies. Her vision extended beyond technical specifics to glimpse computing's broader implications. She suggested the engine might someday compose music, produce graphics, and support scientific inquiry across disciplines. The bounds of arithmetic were outstepped the moment the idea of applying the cards had occurred, she wrote, recognizing that the true revolution lay in programmability, the ability to reconfigure a machine's operation through external instructions rather than mechanical redesign. This remarkable intellectual achievement occurred against a backdrop of physical suffering and personal complexity. Throughout her adult life, Ada experienced debilitating health problems, which she treated with the limited pharmacopoeia of the early Victorian era, opiates, wine, and cannabis. These substances, prescribed as medicine, likely affected her mental state during periods of intense work. She also developed interests in mesmerism, phrenology, and spiritualism, areas considered pseudo-scientific today, but part of mainstream scientific exploration in her time. More troublingly, she developed a gambling habit in the 1840s, forming a syndicate with male friends in an ill-fated attempt to develop a mathematical system for betting on horses. This venture resulted in significant debt that she concealed from her husband. These aspects of her life, her health struggles, her intellectual explorations beyond mathematics, her risk-taking behavior, have sometimes been used to diminish her technical contributions. Yet they also reveal a complex, fully human individual navigating the severe constraints placed on women in Victorian England, while pursuing intellectual passions for which she had few models or mentors. The collaboration between Lovelace and Babbage represents one of history's most poignant might-have-beens. Had adequate funding materialized, had Victorian engineering been capable of creating the thousands of precisely machined parts required, had Babbage been better at managing practical implementation rather than constant redesign, the information age might have begun in the 19th century rather than the 20th. As Babbage himself acknowledged, Ada understood the analytical engine's potential better than I did myself. Ada's health deteriorated significantly in her mid-30s. In August 1852, she wrote to Babbage, "I am in a very sad state, my dear Mr. Babbage. I never was so utterly wretched. I am a wrecked vessel." The exact nature of her final illness remains uncertain. Possibly uterine cancer, possibly complications from treatments including bloodletting, but its progression was swift and painful. She died on November 27, 1852, at just 36, the same age at which her father had died. At her request, she was buried next to the father she had never known in the Byron family vault at the Church of St. Mary Magdalene in Hucknall, Nottinghamshire. In death, she returned to the poetic lineage from which her mother had tried to separate her, though she had forged an intellectual legacy entirely her own. For over a century after her death, Ada Lovelace remained an obscure figure, occasionally mentioned in biographies of Byron or histories of early calculating machines, but rarely recognized for her specific contributions. The construction of the first actual computers in the mid-20th century prompted renewed interest in precursors like Babbage and Lovelace. In 1979, the US Department of Defense named a newly developed programming language Ada in her honor, cementing her recognition as a founding figure in computing. The subsequent decades have seen both growing appreciation for her technical insights and ongoing debate about their significance. Some scholars have questioned whether she truly understood the mathematics behind her published algorithm, or whether Babbage deserves credit for concepts attributed to her. Others have pointed out the remarkable prescience of her broad vision of computing's potential applications beyond number crunching, at a time when even Babbage himself focused primarily on mathematical tables. What remains indisputable is that Ada Lovelace articulated key concepts about computing, including the distinction between data and operations, the potential for machines to manipulate symbols beyond numbers, and the fundamental limitations preventing machines from thinking in a human sense, a century before practical computing technology existed. She did so as a woman in Victorian England, navigating severe limitations on female education and scientific participation, physical illness, and the complex legacy of being Byron's daughter. In her own words, Ada aspired to develop that mental power which finds its development in the imagination alongside the reasoning faculties and more tangible branches. This integration of imaginative and analytical thinking, what she called poetical science, enabled her to perceive possibilities invisible to most of her contemporaries. Despite her mother's efforts to excise Byron's influence, Ada ultimately embodied a unique synthesis of poetic vision and mathematical precision, seeing further into computing's future than anyone of her era. The brass gears of Babbage's engine were never fully assembled in Ada's lifetime. The machine she envisioned remained theoretical, its potential unrealized for generations. Yet in her notes and letters, in the algorithm she so carefully developed, in her expansive vision of machines manipulating symbols to create music and art, Ada Lovelace built something that outlasted brass and iron, a conceptual framework for understanding computing that remains relevant in our digital age. Today, when algorithms shape our information, when machines generate art and music, when the boundaries between human and machine intelligence are increasingly explored, we are living in a world Ada glimpsed nearly 2 centuries ago through the mist of Victorian London, a world she helped bring into being through the power of her remarkable imagination. The salt air of Stagira, a small coastal town in northern Greece, carried with it the sense of medicine and inquiry. Here, in 384 BCE, a physician named Nicomachos welcomed a son who would one day attempt to classify, analyze, and understand every aspect of the known world. This child, Aristotle, was born to a family already connected to knowledge and power. His father served as personal physician to King Amyntas of Macedonia, grandfather to Alexander the Great. From the beginning, Aristotle's life was positioned at the intersection of healing, observation, and royal influence, themes that would echo throughout his remarkable journey from curious boy to the most influential thinker of Western civilization. Childhood in Stagira likely instilled in young Aristotle both his lifelong interest in biology and his methodical approach to understanding the natural world. We can imagine him walking along the Aegean coastline with his father, learning to identify plants with medicinal properties, examining the anatomical structures of fish brought in by local fishermen, developing the keen observational skills that would later define his scientific works. From his father might have come not just specific knowledge but a fundamental approach Examine what is actually before you, classify what you see, seek patterns and connections. This formative period was cut short when both his parents died while he was still a child. Orphaned, Aristotle was raised by a guardian named Proxenus, about whom little is known except that he ensured the boy received the education befitting his status. At 17, this education would lead Aristotle to Athens, the intellectual center of the Greek world, where he would join Plato's academy. The Athens of 367 BCE was a city still processing its golden age and subsequent defeat in the Peloponnesian War. The execution of Socrates was a living memory for many citizens. Democracy continued, but with a wariness born of past excesses. Into this complex political and intellectual environment came the young man from Macedonia's frontiers, entering the most prestigious educational institution of his time. For 20 years, Aristotle remained at the academy, first as student, then as researcher and teacher. His relationship with Plato, though often oversimplified as merely antagonistic, more likely evolved through phases of devoted discipleship, productive collaboration, and eventual intellectual independence. While Plato directed his gaze upward toward his eternal, immutable forms, Aristotle increasingly looked outward at the physical world, seeking to understand reality not through transcendence but through careful observation and analysis. We can picture the two philosophers walking in the academy's olive groves, engaged in the dialectical discussions that formed the heart of Platonic education. Perhaps they paused beside the decorative pools on hot Athenian afternoons, Plato elaborating on his theory of forms, while his brilliant student posed increasingly challenging questions. Their intellectual differences emerged not from sudden disagreement, but through the gradual development of Aristotle's own rigorous methodology. When Plato died in 347 BCE, leadership of the academy passed not to Aristotle, by then his most brilliant associate, but to Plato's nephew Speusippus. This decision likely reflected both Athens' suspicion of Macedonians, political tensions were rising, and recognition that Aristotle's intellectual direction diverged significantly from the academy's Platonic foundations. Whatever disappointment he might have felt at being passed over, Aristotle responded not with bitterness but by accepting an invitation from another academy member, Hermias, to join a philosophical circle in Assos, on the coast of Asia Minor. The years in Assos revealed a different side of Aristotle, not just the precise intellectual but a man capable of deep personal connections. He married Pythias, the niece or possibly adopted daughter of Hermias, in what appears to have been a love match rather than merely a political alliance. Their happiness, however, was overshadowed by tragedy when Hermias was captured and executed by the Persians. Aristotle would later compose a hymn to virtue in honor of his fallen friend, revealing emotional depth beneath his analytical exterior. Following Hermias's death, Aristotle moved to Mytilene on the island of Lesbos, where he likely conducted many of the biological investigations that would inform his scientific works. We might envision him on the shores of the island's great lagoon, collecting specimens, dissecting marine creatures, meticulously recording observations that would lead to his identification of hundreds of species and his pioneering insights into comparative anatomy. Here was a philosopher not content with armchair speculation, but committed to understanding the world through direct engagement with its physical reality. In 343 BCE, Aristotle's trajectory took its most consequential turn when King Philip II of Macedonia invited him to tutor his 13-year-old son, Alexander. Philip, recognizing the strategic value of Greek culture and education, sought the finest mind available to shape his heir's intellectual development. For approximately 3 years, Aristotle guided the education of the youth who would become history's Alexander the Great. What transpired between the systematic philosopher and the passionate prince remains one of history's most tantalizing intellectual relationships. Aristotle likely introduced Alexander to literature, particularly Homer's Iliad, which became the prince's constant companion. He taught politics, ethics, and the importance of self-restraint, lessons Alexander would alternately embrace and reject throughout his conquests. Aristotle prepared an annotated copy of the Iliad for his pupil and encouraged his interests in medicine and biology, yet their worldviews ultimately diverged profoundly. Aristotle advocated treating non-Greeks, geared to barbarians, as natural slaves, while Alexander increasingly adopted a vision of a united empire where Persian nobles were elevated alongside Macedonians. Aristotle viewed the Greek city-state as the ideal political unit, while Alexander created a vast empire that transformed the ancient world. Student transcended teacher's political imagination, even as he carried the intellectual tools that education had provided. After Alexander assumed the throne in 336 BCE, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. Unlike the academy with its focus on mathematics and abstract speculation, the Lyceum emphasized observation, data collection, and practical knowledge. Students were called peripatetics, likely because of Aristotle's habit of walking while teaching, or perhaps because lessons occurred among the covered walkways, peripatoi of the gymnasium where they gathered. The Lyceum functioned as the ancient world's first research university. Aristotle and his students collected hundreds of constitutions from Greek city-states for comparative political analysis. They gathered and classified information on animal species from across the known world. They assembled a library that became a model for later institutions, including the famous Library of Alexandria. Knowledge was not just discussed but systematically documented, organized, and preserved. At the Lyceum, Aristotle produced the astonishing body of work that would shape Western thought for centuries. Comprehensive treatises on logic, physics, ethics, politics, rhetoric, poetry, psychology, and biology. His works are not poetic dialogues like Plato's, but dense, technical texts, often resembling lecture notes, sometimes appearing to contain material added by later editors. Their very dryness suggests their origin as working documents for a community of researchers rather than literary compositions for public consumption. The breadth of Aristotle's intellectual ambition remains breathtaking. He created formal logic as a systematic discipline. He developed a comprehensive theory of causation. He established teleology, the idea that natural entities have inherent purposes, or ends, as a framework for understanding biology. He pioneered the systematic study of metaphysics, a term derived from the way his works on first philosophy were catalogued after his physics treatises. He analyzed human happiness and virtue with unprecedented thoroughness. In each domain, he created conceptual frameworks so fundamental that they continued to shape discussion of these subjects well into the modern era. Perhaps most revolutionary was his approach to knowledge itself, where Plato sought eternal truths accessible through dialectic and recollection. Aristotle embraced empirical investigation, careful definition, and logical analysis. His method involved collecting observations, identifying patterns, and building theoretical explanations that accounted for the observed phenomena. This approach, modified and refined over centuries, would eventually become the foundation of the scientific method. Alexander's death in 323 BCE brought dramatic changes to the Athenian political landscape. Anti-Macedonian sentiment surged, placing Aristotle with his Macedonian connections in a precarious position. When charges of impiety were brought against him, the same charge that had led to Socrates' execution, Aristotle chose exile rather than allowing the Athenians to sin twice against philosophy. He retreated to Chalcis on the island of Euboea, reportedly remarking that he wished to spare Athens from another crime against philosophy. In 322 BCE, a year after going into exile, Aristotle died at the age of 62, reportedly from a stomach illness. His will, preserved by later biographers, reveals touching personal concerns, provisions for his wife Hercules, care arrangements for his children, and instructions for the proper burial of Pythias's remains with his own, as she had requested. Behind the towering intellect was a man who honored his family bonds and friendships, who experienced love and loss like any mortal. After his death, Aristotle's personal library and writings passed to his student Theophrastus, who succeeded him as head of the Lyceum. The fate of these manuscripts involved a series of transfers, burials, and rediscoveries that at times threatened to remove Aristotle's works from history entirely. The story involving hidden manuscripts kept in a cellar in Asia Minor, their rediscovery and transport to Rome, and their eventual editing and publication, underscores how contingent the transmission of ancient knowledge truly was. Had certain manuscripts molded away rather than being discovered, the history of Western philosophy might have taken a profoundly different course. The influence of Aristotle's thought across history has been unparalleled in its breadth and persistence. Arab philosophers like Avicenna and Averroes preserved and developed Aristotelian ideas during periods when his works were largely lost to Western Europe. When his texts were reintroduced to medieval Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries, they prompted an intellectual revolution. Thomas Aquinas and other scholastics integrated Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, creating a synthesis that dominated European intellectual life for centuries. Even the scientific revolution, which ultimately overturned many of Aristotle's specific claims about physics and astronomy, was in many ways a response to his work. When Galileo dropped objects from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, whether literally or conceptually, he was testing Aristotle's assertions about falling bodies. When Copernicus questioned geocentrism, he was challenging a cosmological model that had become associated with Aristotle's physics. The new scientists were not so much rejecting Aristotle's method as applying it more rigorously, often returning to his emphasis on observation over established authority. The endurance of Aristotle's influence stems partly from the comprehensiveness of his thought. He created systematic frameworks for discussing nearly every aspect of human knowledge, from the classification of syllogisms to the analysis of tragedy, from the categorization of animals to the examination of different political constitutions. These frameworks provided subsequent thinkers with conceptual tools and vocabulary that shaped how questions were formulated and answered across disparate fields. What makes Aristotle's legacy particularly remarkable is its survival of successive intellectual revolutions. His specific scientific claims have largely been supplanted, his metaphysics questioned, his political assumptions challenged. Yet his approach to classification, his ethical insights, his logical methods, and his fundamental questions continue to inform how we think. We still ask Aristotelian questions, even when arriving at non-Aristotelian answers. Perhaps the most profound aspect of Aristotle's legacy is his conception of human flourishing. Unlike many philosophers who located the good life in withdrawal from worldly concerns, Aristotle embraced the social nature of human beings. His view of eudaimonia, often translated as happiness, but better understood as flourishing or living well, integrated intellectual excellence with ethical virtue and meaningful social relationships. Happiness, for Aristotle, was not a subjective feeling, but the objective condition of a life lived in accordance with virtue, using one's distinctively human capacities to their fullest extent. This vision of the good life has maintained its appeal across centuries and cultures because it speaks to fundamental human concerns about how to live meaningfully in the world. Aristotle's conception of virtue as a mean between excess and deficiency, courage as the middle ground between rashness and cowardice, for instance, offers practical wisdom about character development that remains relevant regardless of one's metaphysical or religious commitments. The boy from Stagira who lost his parents at an early age, who studied with Plato, who tutored Alexander, who catalogued constitutions and classified animals, who fled Athens to die in exile, this very human figure created an intellectual legacy that has shaped how countless generations have understood their world and themselves. When we classify and categorize, when we analyze the structure of a logical argument, when we consider what constitutes a good human life, we are thinking in ways that Aristotle helped establish. The shoreline of Stagira, where young Aristotle once walked, has changed with the centuries. The olive groves of the Academy and the walkways of the Lyceum are now mostly stone and memory. But the intellectual current that began with a physician's son watching, observing, questioning, and systematizing continues to flow through Western civilization, a tributary feeding the great river of human understanding. In libraries and classrooms, in the pages of books and the architecture of thought, Aristotle's mind continues its work, analyzing, categorizing, questioning, inspiring each new generation to look at the world with fresh precision, and to ask, as he did, not just what things are, but why they are as they are, and how we might live well among them. Carl Friedrich Gauss sat alone in his observatory at Göttingen, meticulously recording measurements of celestial bodies while mathematical equations danced in his mind. It was 1828, and at 51, his hair had turned silver, though his eyes retained the extraordinary focus that had marked him since childhood. Through the telescope, he observed the precise positions of stars with a patience few could match. Each night's work contributed to his evolving understanding of planetary motion, geodesy, and the mathematical laws underpinning the cosmos. Yet for all his concentration on the heavens, Gauss's thoughts often drifted to his humble beginnings, to the small clay house in Brunswick, where, as a child, he had corrected his father's payroll calculations before he could even write his name. Born on April 30th, 1777, in Brunswick, Germany, to working-class parents, Johann Friedrich Gauss and Dorothea Benzi, Carl Friedrich entered a world of material poverty, but soon revealed intellectual riches that would alter the course of mathematics and science. His father worked various jobs: gardener, butcher's assistant, bricklayer, and canal tender, earning barely enough to sustain the family. A gruff, unlettered man who valued practical labor over education, he initially opposed his son's academic pursuits. Dorothea, though also uneducated, recognized something extraordinary in her child and became his first advocate, secretly teaching him the alphabet and basic arithmetic, despite her husband's disapproval. The stories of Gauss's early mathematical precocity have acquired an almost mythical quality, though many are well documented. At the age of 3, he reportedly corrected an error in his father's complex wage calculations. By 7, he responded to a teacher's request to add all numbers from 1 to 100 almost instantly, recognizing the task as 50 pairs of numbers that each summed to 101, thus equaling 5050. When his elementary school teacher, J.G. Büttner, witnessed this feat, he immediately recognized that his young pupil had outgrown his instruction. With remarkable generosity, Büttner acquired advanced mathematics texts for the boy and introduced him to his assistant, Martin Bartels, who would become Gauss's first true mathematical mentor. The child from the Brunswick slums might have remained undiscovered had fate not intervened in the form of Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand, Duke of Brunswick. After hearing accounts of the mathematical prodigy, the Duke arranged to meet the 10-year-old Gauss. Impressed by the boy's abilities, he became Gauss's patron, financing his education from the Collegium Carolinum in Brunswick through his university studies at Göttingen. This patronage changed the trajectory of Gauss's life, though it also created a complex relationship of gratitude and obligation that would influence his career choices and public persona. At the Collegium Carolinum, which Gauss entered at 15, he devoured mathematics texts with astonishing speed, quickly exhausting the available resources. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain about committing to mathematics as a profession, considering philology, the study of language, as an alternative path. This hesitation reflected both the limited professional opportunities for mathematicians in late 18th century Germany and Gauss's broad intellectual curiosity, which extended across languages, astronomy, and physical sciences. His decision to pursue mathematics crystallized during his 3 years at the University of Göttingen, 1795 to 1798. Though officially enrolled as a student, Gauss was already making groundbreaking discoveries. At 19, he constructed the regular 17-sided polygon with ruler and compass, solving a problem that had stumped mathematicians since antiquity. This achievement thrilled him so deeply that he requested a 17-sided polygon be carved on his tombstone, though this wish was ultimately not fulfilled, as the stonemason believed such a complex shape would be indistinguishable from a circle. More significantly, around this same time, Gauss began developing his ideas on the fundamental theorem of algebra, number theory, and modular arithmetic. His 1799 doctoral dissertation provided the first complete proof of the fundamental theorem of algebra, which states that every non-constant polynomial equation has at least one solution among the complex numbers. The proof, remarkable for its rigor and insight, established the 22-year-old Gauss as a mathematical force. These early achievements culminated in his magnum opus, Disquisitiones Arithmeticae, completed when he was just 21 but not published until 1801 due to financial constraints. This groundbreaking work on number theory introduced congruence notation, systematically developed modular arithmetic, and provided profound insights into prime numbers and quadratic forms. Written with exceptional clarity and rigor, it transformed number theory from a collection of isolated results into a coherent, systematic discipline, and remains influential more than 2 centuries later. Despite these mathematical triumphs, Gauss's personal life during these formative years involved financial uncertainty and difficult choices. Following his graduation from Göttingen, he returned to Brunswick, living on a modest stipend from Duke Ferdinand while continuing his research. He considered various academic positions but hesitated to commit to teaching duties that might reduce his research time. This reluctance to teach, which would persist throughout his career, reflected not antisocial tendencies, but rather an intense focus on advancing knowledge through original research. A dramatic shift in Gauss's professional trajectory occurred on January 1, 1801, when the Italian astronomer Giuseppe Piazzi discovered Ceres, the first known asteroid. After only a few weeks of observation, Ceres disappeared into the sun's glare, leading most astronomers to believe it was lost forever. Gauss, though untrained in astronomy, applied his mathematical genius to the problem, developing new statistical methods to calculate the asteroid's orbit from the limited observational data. When Ceres reappeared exactly where Gauss had predicted, His reputation extended beyond mathematics to practical astronomy, leading to his appointment as director of the Göttingen Observatory in 1807, a position he would hold for the remaining 48 years of his life. This astronomical triumph coincided with a period of personal transformation. In 1805, Gauss married Johanna Ostoff, his first love, and seemed poised for both domestic happiness and professional success. The couple soon had a son, Joseph, followed by a daughter, Wilhelmina, yet this happiness proved fragile. In 1806, as Napoleon's armies swept through Germany, Duke Ferdinand, Gauss's longtime patron, was mortally wounded in battle. Before dying, the Duke arranged for Gauss's ongoing financial support, but the political turmoil and personal loss affected the mathematician deeply. Tragedy struck again in 1809, when Johanna died after giving birth to their third child, Louis. Gauss was devastated, writing to a friend, "If only I could forget the happy life I have led for 4 years." Left with 3 young children, and immersed in grief, he married Johanna's best friend, Friedrich Waldeck, the following year, a decision that seemed driven more by practical necessity than romantic love, though the union would last 30 years and produce 3 more children. The following decades at Göttingen marked Gauss's evolution from pure mathematician to polymath scientist. While continuing important mathematical work, he increasingly applied his analytical powers to astronomy, geodesy, the study of Earth's shape, electromagnetics, and optics. This shift reflects both practical considerations. His observatory position required astronomical work, and his growing fascination with applying mathematical precision to understanding physical reality. His geodetic surveys conducted between 1821 and 1825 required him to develop new mathematical tools for analyzing curved surfaces, leading to fundamental contributions to differential geometry. This work, particularly his concept of Gaussian curvature, later proved essential to Einstein's general theory of relativity, an example of pure mathematics anticipating future scientific needs by decades. Similarly, his investigations of terrestrial magnetism with physicist Wilhelm Weber led to important discoveries in electromagnetism and the creation of the first electromagnetic telegraph. Systematic measurement of Earth's magnetic field established the foundation for geomagnetism as a scientific discipline and demonstrated Gauss's extraordinary ability to bring mathematical rigor to experimental science. Despite these wide-ranging contributions, Gauss published relatively little compared to his actual discoveries. His personal motto, "Pauca sed matura," few but ripe, reflected his perfectionism and reluctance to publish until work reached his exacting standards. His notebooks, deciphered after his death, revealed that he had privately anticipated many later mathematical and scientific developments, including non-Euclidean geometry, complex analysis, and statistical methods. This withholding of discoveries sometimes led to priority disputes, most notably with the younger mathematician Nikolai Lobachevsky over non-Euclidean geometry, which Gauss had conceptualized decades earlier but never published. This reluctance to publish stemmed partly from Gauss's psychological makeup, his perfectionism and preference for completed work rather than preliminary results, but also reflected the scientific culture of his time. Unlike today's academic environment, which incentivizes frequent publication, Gauss valued quality over quantity and comprehensive understanding over fragmentary insights. He once wrote, "It is not knowledge but the act of learning, not possession but the act of getting there, which grants the greatest enjoyment." Beyond his scientific work, Gauss's personal life was marked by both joys and profound disappointments. His second marriage, while stable, lacked the deep connection he had shared with Johanna. His relationships with his children were complex and sometimes strained, particularly with his sons. He envisioned scholarly careers for them, but they chose their own paths. Eugene emigrated to America, Joseph became an officer in the Hanoverian army, and Wilhelm pursued business in America. His daughter Therese remained closest to him, serving as his housekeeper after Frederica's death in 1831, and caring for him in his later years. As a person, Gauss presented contradictions. Though politically conservative and cautious in public life, he maintained private liberal views. He learned Russian at age 62, partly from scientific interest, but also to read political literature censored in Germany. While primarily known for his mathematical abstractions, he took genuine pleasure in practical applications and engineering problems. Despite his reputation for austerity and emotional reserve, his personal letters reveal deep capacity for affection, philosophical reflection, and even melancholy. Gauss's later years brought honors from across Europe, including membership in prestigious scientific academies and royal decorations. Yet as he aged, he withdrew increasingly into his work, becoming something of a solitary figure in Göttingen. Students found him distant, even intimidating, though the few who earned his respect benefited from his rare insights. He continued working well into his 70s, maintaining his mental acuity even as physical ailments, particularly heart problems, began to limit his activities. On February 23, 1855, while sleeping peacefully in his bed at the Göttingen Observatory, Gauss died at age 77. His passing marked the end of a remarkable intellectual journey from the humblest origins to the highest pinnacle of scientific achievement. The mathematics community mourned the loss of its prince, a title Gauss had earned through both the breadth and depth of his contributions. Gauss's legacy extends far beyond specific theorems or discoveries, significant though these are. His insistence on mathematical rigor transformed standards of proof across all mathematics. His integration of theoretical abstraction with practical application created models for how mathematics could illuminate physical reality. His development of statistical methods, particularly the least squares technique and normal distribution, the Gaussian or bell curve, provided essential tools for modern science and social research. Perhaps most profoundly, Gauss's life itself serves as a testament to the democratic nature of intellectual gifts, how extraordinary talent can emerge from the most unlikely circumstances. The boy who learned arithmetic while his father counted bricks became the man whom scientific historian W. Rouse Ball would call the greatest mathematician since antiquity. Though his journey required both innate genius and the fortunate intervention of patrons who recognized his potential, it fundamentally demonstrated how human potential, properly nurtured, can transcend social and economic constraints. Today, Gauss's name adorns mathematical theorems, physical laws, astronomical features, and scientific awards. The unit of magnetic flux density bears his name. His image has appeared on German currency and postage stamps. Yet perhaps his most meaningful legacy lies in the generations of mathematicians and scientists inspired by his example of intellectual courage, precision, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. As Gauss himself observed near the end of his life, "It is not knowledge but the act of learning which grants the greatest enjoyment." In both his brilliant discoveries and his lifelong devotion to learning, Carl Friedrich Gauss exemplified the highest possibilities of the human mind. The lamp swung in gentle rhythm from the cathedral ceiling, its pendular motion catching the eye of a distracted young man during Mass. While others focused on prayer and ritual, 17-year-old Galileo Galilei found himself timing the oscillations using his pulse, discovering something remarkable, regardless of how wide the lamp's arc. Each swing took precisely the same amount of time. As the incense rose toward the vaulted ceiling of the Pisa Cathedral that day in 1581, the seeds of modern scientific methodology were taking root in a mind that would soon challenge humanity's place in the cosmos and confront the very authority of the church in which he sat. Often repeated story of the swinging lamp may be apocryphal. Galileo himself never recorded it, yet it captures something essential about the man who would become both hero and heretic in the birth of modern science. From his earliest days, Galileo possessed an unusual capacity to observe the mundane and extract from it profound insights about the natural world. This talent, combined with an unbending commitment to empirical truth and a gift for eloquent provocation, would ultimately place him at the epicenter of one of history's great collisions between faith and reason. Born on February 15, 1564, in Pisa, Italy, Galileo entered a world in transition. The Renaissance was in full flower, with its revival of classical learning and artistic innovation, yet medieval structures of authority remained firmly in place. The Catholic Church still defined the boundaries of acceptable thought, particularly regarding the heavens, which were considered the perfect, unchanging realm of God. Into this world came the first child of Vincenzo Galilei, a musician with revolutionary ideas about harmony and musical theory, and Giulia Ammannati, from a noble but declining family. From his father, Galileo inherited not just musical talent. He played the lute exquisitely throughout his life, but also a willingness to challenge established authority when it conflicted with observable reality. Vincenzo had conducted experiments showing that mathematical ratios in string length directly related to musical harmony, contradicting ancient Greek theories that had dominated music for centuries. This experimental approach to knowledge would later define his son's scientific method. Although his father hoped Galileo would pursue a lucrative career in medicine, the young man's fascination with mathematics and natural philosophy, what we now call physics, eventually won out. As a medical student at the University of Pisa, Galileo was drawn into mathematical studies after accidentally overhearing a geometry lesson while passing an open classroom door. This chance encounter altered the trajectory of his life, illustrating how the most consequential journeys can begin with the smallest steps. The Italy of Galileo's youth was fragmented into competing city-states and kingdoms, each with its own court, patronage systems, and political intrigues. Scientific inquiry existed within this complex social landscape, where scholars depended on the support of wealthy patrons and navigated the expectations of religious authorities. Galileo would prove adept at securing patronage, though his sharp tongue and inability to suffer fools would repeatedly land him in difficulty. After leaving the University of Pisa without a degree, financial difficulties forcing his return home, Galileo supported himself by tutoring mathematics, while conducting independent research on motion and mechanics. His studies of pendulums, inclined planes, and falling objects began to undermine Aristotelian physics, which had dominated Western thought for nearly 2 millennia. Where Aristotle had claimed that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones, Galileo's experiments suggested all objects fall at the same rate regardless of weight, an insight he supposedly demonstrated by dropping different weights from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, though like the cathedral lamp, this famous story may be more legend than fact. Galileo's professional life took a crucial turn in 1592, when he secured a position at the University of Padua in the Republic of Venice, where he would spend the next 18 years in his most productive period of research and discovery. In Padua, he lectured to medical students on mathematics and astronomy, designed military compasses that provided additional income, and maintained a workshop where he trained craftsmen to produce scientific instruments. His personal life in Padua reflected both the freedoms and constraints of his time. Though never marrying, he formed a long-term relationship with Marina Gamba of Venice, with whom he had 3 children, Virginia, Livia, and Vincenzo. His daughters, born out of wedlock, and thus considered unmarriageable into respectable families, were both placed in the convent of San Matteo in Arcetri at young ages, taking the names Sister Maria Celeste and Sister Arcangela. His son was later legitimized and able to marry and inherit his father's estate. The relationship between Galileo and his eldest daughter, Maria Celeste, would become one of the most important of his life. Though separated by convent walls, they maintained a deep intellectual and emotional connection through letters, with the daughter providing not just spiritual support but also practical assistance, copying manuscripts and preparing medicines for her frequently ill father. Their correspondence, particularly Maria Celeste's letters, Galileo's to her, have been lost, provides a touching counterpoint to the cosmic scale of his scientific battles, a reminder that even revolutionary thinkers exist within intimate webs of love and obligation. The defining moment in Galileo's scientific journey came in 1609, when he heard reports of a Dutch invention, a tube with lenses that made distant objects appear closer. With characteristic ingenuity, Galileo quickly figured out the principles involved and built his own improved version, creating a telescope with about 30x magnification. While others had pointed such instruments toward the horizon for practical or military purposes, Galileo turned his toward the heavens, becoming the first person to systematically observe and record the celestial realm with magnified vision. What he saw through his telescope shattered the perfect crystalline cosmos of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The moon was not a perfect sphere but rough with mountains and craters, like Earth. Venus showed phases like the moon, suggesting it orbited the sun rather than the Earth. Jupiter had moons of its own, 4 satellites that Galileo promptly named the Medicean stars after his prospective patron Grand Duke Cosimo II de' Medici. Most shocking of all, the Milky Way resolved into countless individual stars, expanding the universe to a scale previously unimagined. Galileo published these findings in 1610 in a small book with an ambitious title, Sidereus Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, written in accessible Latin rather than academic jargon, and including detailed drawings of his observations. The book was an immediate sensation that transformed Galileo from a respected professor into a European celebrity. It also secured him a position as court mathematician and philosopher to the Medici in Florence, freeing him from teaching duties and providing the patronage he had long sought. Yet this triumphant return to Tuscany would ultimately set Galileo on a collision course with the Church. In Florence, closer to Rome, and operating within the more religiously conservative Medici court, his advocacy for the Copernican heliocentric model of the solar system, in which the Earth revolves around the Sun, drew increasing scrutiny. Though the Church had tolerated Copernicus's ideas as mathematical models useful for calculation, Galileo insisted they represented physical reality, a position that seemed to contradict biblical passages describing the Earth as stationary and the Sun as moving across the sky. The conflict came to a head in 1616 when the Church declared heliocentrism foolish and absurd in philosophy and formally heretical. Galileo was instructed to abandon the Copernican position. Technically complying but intellectually unbowed, he retreated from public advocacy while continuing his research on motion, mechanics, and materials science. His forced silence on cosmology lasted until 1623, when his friend and supporter Cardinal Maffeo Barberini became Pope Urban VIII, seemingly creating an opening for a carefully framed discussion of the Copernican system. Encouraged by this shift, Galileo spent 6 years composing his masterwork, Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems, structured as a conversation between proponents of the Ptolemaic and Copernican models. Though formally presenting both sides, the dialogue made the Ptolemaic champion, named Simplicio or Simpleton, appear foolish and worse placed some of Pope Urban's own arguments in Simplicio's mouth. This perceived ridicule of his former ally, combined with the political vulnerability created by the 30 Years' War and accusations that Galileo had violated the 1616 injunction, led to Galileo's 1633 trial by the Roman Inquisition. The aging scientist, now nearly 70 and in poor health, was forced to travel to Rome and stand trial for vehement suspicion of heresy. The proceedings revealed a complex intersection of scientific, theological, personal, and political factors. While the Church's opposition to heliocentrism was real, Galileo's trial was equally about authority and obedience, about who had the right to interpret both scripture and the natural world. The trial culminated in Galileo's abjuration, his formal rejection of the Copernican theory. Legend has it that after recanting he muttered, "Eper si move, diese," and yet it moves, referring to the Earth's motion around the Sun. Like many stories about Galileo, this act of defiance is likely apocryphal, yet it captures his enduring commitment to empirical truth, even in the face of institutional power. Sentenced to indefinite house arrest, Galileo spent the final 9 years of his life confined to his villa in Arcetri, near Florence. Far from being idle during this period of restriction, he completed his most important work on physics, discourses and mathematical demonstrations relating to 2 new sciences which laid the groundwork for Newton's later laws of motion. Unable to publish in Italy due to church censorship, the manuscript was smuggled to Protestant Holland and published in Leiden in 1638. These final years brought personal sorrows alongside continued scientific work. Galileo's beloved daughter Maria Celeste died in 1634, just a year after his trial, a loss that left him devastated. His eyesight failed, eventually leaving him completely blind. A cruel irony for a man whose observations had revealed so much of the universe's hidden structure. Yet he continued working with assistants, including a young Vincenzo Viviani, who would become his first biographer and help cement his scientific legacy. On January 8, 1642, at age 77, Galileo died, his unrepentant commitment to empirical truth intact, despite the personal cost it had exacted. In the year of his death, in a small village in England, Isaac Newton was born, a symbolic passing of the torch to the scientist who would build on Galileo's foundations to create a comprehensive mathematical physics that would dominate scientific thought for centuries. The Church's ban on Galileo's dialogue and other works advocating heliocentrism would persist until 1835, nearly 2 centuries after his death. Not until 1992 would Pope John Paul II express regret for how the Galileo affair was handled, acknowledging the error of theologians who believed our understanding of the physical world should be bound by literal readings of Scripture. What makes Galileo's story eternally compelling is not just his scientific discoveries, revolutionary though they were, but the very human drama of a brilliant, flawed individual challenging the foundational beliefs of his society. Galileo was neither a perfect martyr nor a simple victim. He was ambitious, occasionally arrogant, politically naive, and sometimes willing to bend the truth in service of larger principles. Yet his unwavering commitment to observation and experiment as the ultimate arbiters of natural knowledge established a methodology that continues to define modern science. Beyond his specific discoveries, from the law of falling bodies to the moons of Jupiter to the principle of relativity in motion, Galileo's greatest contribution was epistemological. He insisted that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics and can only be read through careful observation and controlled experiment. This approach represented a fundamental shift from medieval appeals to authority and textual interpretation toward the empirical method that would drive the scientific revolution. The lamp that supposedly inspired young Galileo's insight about pendulums no longer swings in Pisa Cathedral, yet the intellectual motion he set in progress continues to oscillate through human consciousness. His telescopes have evolved into space-based observatories that peer to the edge of the visible universe. His experimental approach has become the foundation of scientific inquiry across disciplines. His courage in facing institutional opposition has inspired generations of thinkers challenging established orthodoxies. Perhaps most poignantly, the universe Galileo revealed, vast, mechanical, governed by mathematical laws, initially seemed to diminish humanity's cosmic significance by removing Earth from the center of creation. Yet in showing us our true place among the stars, he ultimately expanded our perspective and potential. If we are not at the universe's center, we are nevertheless the creatures capable of comprehending it, of building tools to see beyond our natural senses, of discovering the hidden patterns in nature's book. In that capacity for understanding, Galileo found a different kind of human dignity, not the passive recipients of revealed cosmic truth, but active participants in its discovery. The night sky above Arcetri, where Galileo spent his final years in house arrest, still shows the same stars and planets he observed with his revolutionary telescope. Jupiter's moons continue their stately dance, visible now even through modest binoculars. Venus still cycles through its telltale phases. The mountains and craters of our own moon remain as he first drew them. In observing these celestial bodies today, we participate in a direct continuation of Galileo's legacy, a legacy that teaches us that looking closely at the world, testing our ideas against observable reality, and adjusting our understanding accordingly, is not just good science but an act of profound humility and wonder in the face of a universe far more complex and beautiful than our preconceptions allow. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz stood at the window of his modest lodgings in Hanover, watching raindrops trace complex patterns down the glass. Perhaps in those rivulets, the aging philosopher saw reflections of the intellectual webs he had woven across disciplines: mathematics, physics, philosophy, theology, law, history, diplomacy. It was 1716, and at 70, his health was failing, his reputation under attack, and his vast contributions largely unappreciated by contemporaries. The man who had once dazzled the courts of Europe with his brilliance now found himself increasingly isolated, his last years shadowed by the bitter priority dispute with Isaac Newton over the invention of calculus. Yet, even in this twilight period, his mind remained restlessly active, grappling with fundamental questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and the divine order he believed underpinned the universe. Born on July 1st, 1646, in Leipzig during the waning days of the 30 Years' War, Leibniz entered a Germany devastated by decades of religious conflict. His father, Friedrich Leibniz, a professor of moral philosophy at Leipzig University, died when Gottfried was just 6, leaving behind a substantial library that would become the boy's sanctuary and education. Young Leibniz, precocious and driven by insatiable curiosity, essentially educated himself amid these volumes, mastering Latin by age 12 and teaching himself Greek to access ancient texts directly. The library became both his playground and his refuge. When relatives and teachers thought the 8-year-old too young to understand the complex philosophical works in his father's collection, he persuaded them to give him access by promising to look only at the pictures. Instead, he devoured challenging texts by ancient and scholastic philosophers, laying the foundation for his later intellectual synthesis. This pattern, self-directed learning cutting across established boundaries, would define his entire intellectual life. Leipzig in the mid-17th century, though war-weary, remained a significant center of Protestant scholarship. The university where Leibniz enrolled at 15 retained medieval structures while absorbing Renaissance humanism, and the emerging scientific revolution. This institutional conservatism sometimes frustrated the young scholar, who found himself drawn to more modern systems of thought than those in the official curriculum. Already he was developing the intellectual independence that would characterize his work, respecting tradition while boldly seeking new syntheses. His university studies encompassed law, philosophy, theology, and mathematics. Though he completed a bachelor's degree in philosophy by 17 and a master's degree shortly thereafter, his application for a doctorate in law at Leipzig was denied, supposedly because of his youth, but possibly due to professional jealousies. Undeterred, he moved to the University of Altdorf, where he received his doctorate in law in 1667 with a dissertation exploring a novel approach to complex legal cases. The academic career that might have followed this achievement held little appeal for the ambitious young intellectual. When offered a professorship at Altdorf, he declined, setting his sights instead on the broader stages of European intellectual and political life. Through a connection with Baron Johann Christian von Boinberg, a former chief minister of the Elector of Mainz, Leibniz secured a position that would launch him into diplomatic circles and provide the financial support for his wide-ranging intellectual pursuits. Working initially on legal reform and diplomatic projects for the Elector of Mainz, Leibniz revealed his extraordinary ability to connect seemingly disparate fields of knowledge. His diplomatic proposal to convince Louis XIV of France to direct his military ambitions toward Egypt rather than German territories integrated historical analysis, political calculation, and theological arguments about reclaiming Christian Holy Lands. Though the plan was never implemented, it demonstrated Leibniz's characteristic approach, addressing practical problems through grand conceptual frameworks that considered multiple dimensions of human experience. This holistic vision extended to his scientific and philosophical work. Unlike many of his contemporaries who were beginning to specialize, Leibniz maintained that all knowledge formed an interconnected web. His famous declaration, "Everything is connected with everything else," reflected his conviction that apparent divisions between disciplines were human constructs rather than reflections of reality's fundamental structure. This perspective led him to seek unifying principles across mathematics, physics, metaphysics, logic, theology, and ethics. Perhaps his most remarkable scientific contribution emerged from this integrative approach. While on a diplomatic mission to Paris between 1672 and 1676, Leibniz immersed himself in the advanced mathematics and physics discussions occurring in the French capital. Though largely self-taught in mathematics, he quickly absorbed the latest developments and began developing differential and integral calculus, independently of Newton's similar work in England. Leibniz's notation and conceptual framework, emphasizing the calculus as a general method rather than merely a tool for solving specific physical problems, proved more intuitive and flexible for subsequent mathematicians, becoming the standard still used today. The Paris period also brought pivotal encounters with leading thinkers like mathematician Christian Huygens and philosopher Antoine Arnauld. These intellectual exchanges shaped Leibniz's developing system of thought, which increasingly centered on his concept of monads, fundamental, indivisible substances that he believed constituted the basic reality underlying the physical world. Each monad, in Leibniz's vision, contained within itself a representation of the entire universe, like a living mirror of the universe, with different levels of clarity and consciousness. In 1676, Leibniz accepted a position as librarian and court councillor to Duke Johann Friedrich of Brunswick-Lüneburg in Hanover, beginning an association with the House of Hanover that would last the rest of his life. Though he continued diplomatic missions and correspondence with intellectual networks across Europe, Hanover provided the stable base from which he developed his mature philosophical system and mathematical innovations. His position at the Hanoverian court involved practical responsibilities beyond theoretical pursuits. He served as historian, mining engineer, and technological advisor, demonstrating an enthusiasm for applied knowledge that distinguished him from purely abstract philosophers. He designed drainage systems for silver mines in the Harz Mountains, invented calculators, and proposed improved oil presses and transportation methods. Though many of these practical projects achieved limited success, they reveal his commitment to improving human conditions through applied knowledge, a commitment reflecting his optimistic philosophy that ours is the best of all possible worlds. This famous phrase, often misunderstood and satirized, most notably in Voltaire's Candide, emerged from Leibniz's sophisticated theological response to the problem of evil. He argued that God, being omniscient and perfectly good, would have created the best possible world consistent with the logical necessity of created beings having limitations. Evil and suffering, in this view, were necessary components of a greater good beyond human comprehension, a perspective both intellectually rigorous and deeply reflective of Leibniz's lifelong effort to reconcile rational understanding with religious faith. Alongside his philosophical and scientific work, Leibniz pursued an ambitious diplomatic project, healing the schism between Protestant and Catholic Christianity. As a Lutheran with an unusually ecumenical outlook, he engaged in extensive correspondence with Catholic theologians, seeking common theological ground that might reunite Christendom. Though ultimately unsuccessful, these efforts reflected his fundamentally conciliatory intellectual approach, always seeking to incorporate valid insights from opposing positions into more comprehensive frameworks. This Irenic tendency characterized his philosophical method as well. Where Descartes had emphasized the dualism between mind and matter, Leibniz sought to bridge the gap through his monadology. Where Spinoza had resolved philosophical problems through a radical monism that essentially equated God with nature, Leibniz developed a pluralistic system that preserved both divine transcendence and the reality of individual substances. His philosophical approach consistently aimed at integration rather than reduction or dialectical opposition. Despite these integrative achievements, Leibniz's later years brought increasing isolation. When his patron, Elector Georg Ludwig of Hanover, became King George I of Great Britain in 1714, Leibniz was not invited to join the court in London, a painful exclusion likely influenced by his ongoing dispute with Newton, who dominated British scientific circles. The clash over calculus priority, intensified by nationalist sentiments and philosophical differences, had evolved from scholarly disagreement to bitter antagonism, with the Royal Society's commission, chaired by Newton himself, unsurprisingly ruling against Leibniz's claims of independent discovery. This controversy overshadowed Leibniz's final years, as did the relative neglect of his philosophical system, compared to the growing influence of empiricism and Cartesianism. The vast synthesis he had constructed, integrating the mechanical physics of his day with a deeply spiritual vision of reality, found few immediate adherents, though it would later influence German idealism through thinkers like Kant and Hegel. When Leibniz died on November 14, 1716, his funeral was attended by neither royal representation nor academic delegations. His grave in Hanover's Neustädter Kirche remained unmarked for decades. The human tragedy of this neglect stands in stark contrast to his philosophical optimism, a poignant reminder of the gap between ideal harmonies and lived reality. Yet viewed from our current perspective, Leibniz appears remarkably prescient. His vision of a characteristica universalis, a universal logical language that could express all concepts precisely and resolve disputes through calculation, anticipated aspects of modern symbolic logic, computer science, and information theory. His insights into binary arithmetic provided conceptual foundations for digital computing. His principle of sufficient reason, that everything must have a reason or cause, continues to underpin scientific inquiry while raising profound questions about its ultimate foundations. Beyond specific contributions, Leibniz exemplified an intellectual breadth increasingly rare in our age of specialization. He was perhaps the last thinker who could credibly claim mastery across the full spectrum of human knowledge. The fragmentation of disciplines that accelerated after his death has brought remarkable progress through specialization, but at the cost of the integrative vision Leibniz represented. As modern scholars rediscover and reassess the estimated 200,000 pages of manuscripts Leibniz left behind, many still unpublished, his reputation continues to grow. The apparent contradictions in his work between mechanism and vitalism, determinism and freedom, rationalism and empiricism, increasingly appear not as inconsistencies, but as deliberate attempts to transcend false dichotomies, to articulate a more comprehensive understanding of reality that accommodates multiple perspectives. Perhaps there is something deeply fitting in this posthumous reappraisal. The philosopher who believed in pre-established harmony, who saw apparent contradictions as incomplete perspectives on a deeper unity, who trusted that seemingly random events contained hidden patterns of meaning. This thinker's work continues to unfold its significance centuries after its creation, suggesting that intellectual influence, like other forms of human impact, operates on timescales beyond individual awareness or recognition. The raindrops on the window in Hanover have long since dried. The body of the philosopher has returned to dust. But the cascading patterns of thought he set in motion continue to flow through the intellectual landscape, occasionally converging with contemporary currents to create new eddies of understanding in fields he could never have imagined, a testimony to both the limitations and the breathtaking potential of the human mind he so tirelessly explored. A woman moves through the columned streets of Alexandria, her plain philosopher's robe billowing slightly in the sea breeze. The early morning light catches the silver at her temples, but her stride remains purposeful, her gaze clear and focused. Students and citizens alike step aside respectfully as she passes, some bowing their heads in deference, others watching with barely concealed wonder or disapproval. It is the early 5th century CE, and Hypatia, mathematician, astronomer, philosopher, is walking to her academy, unaware that she moves not just through the bustling Mediterranean metropolis, but through a fragile moment in history, a cusp between the ancient world and what will later be called the Dark Ages, unaware too that her life and death will come to symbolize this transition, in ways both profound and terrible. Alexandria in the late 4th and early 5th centuries was a city of stark contrasts and mounting tensions. Founded by Alexander the Great and built to greatness by the Ptolemies, it had been for centuries the intellectual capital of the Mediterranean world. Its legendary Great Library and Museum had drawn scholars from across the known world. Yet by Hypatia's time, much of this glory had faded. The library had suffered multiple destructions. The Roman Empire, of which Egypt was now a province, was dividing along religious and geographical lines. Alexandria itself was fracturing between the old pagan traditions and the rising power of Christianity, between Hellenistic intellectual traditions and new dogmatic certainties. Into this volatile environment, around 355 to 370 CE, her exact birth date remains uncertain. Hypatia was born to Theon, a distinguished mathematician and astronomer associated with the Museum of Alexandria. Her mother is absent from historical records, perhaps dying in childbirth, a common fate in the ancient world. What is clear is that Theon took the extraordinary step of raising his daughter, not just as a beloved child but as an intellectual heir. In an age when formal education for women was rare, Hypatia received comprehensive instruction in mathematics, astronomy, philosophy and rhetoric, the full curriculum of the classical liberal arts. We can imagine father and daughter working together in a study overlooking Alexandria's harbour, light reflecting off the famous Ferris lighthouse as they pored over mathematical problems, astronomical observations and ancient texts. Theon was known for his scholarly commentaries on earlier works, particularly those of Euclid and Ptolemy, and he seems to have trained Hypatia in this careful, critical approach to knowledge. More than a passive recipient of learning, young Hypatia likely collaborated with her father on his commentaries, particularly his edition of Euclid's Elements, still the basis for geometry textbooks today. Some scholars even suggest that the clarity and elegance of the most common version of Euclid's Elements may owe much to Hypatia's editorial contributions. But Hypatia would not remain merely her father's assistant. As she matured, her own intellectual gifts became increasingly evident. She mastered the demanding Neoplatonic philosophical tradition, with its emphasis on ascending from physical reality to abstract contemplation of the divine. She developed expertise in mathematics, particularly geometry and algebra. She studied the complex astronomical model of Ptolemy, and likely constructed astronomical instruments, including the astrolabe for practical observations and teaching. By early adulthood, her reputation for both intelligence and eloquence had begun to outshine even that of her distinguished father. Most remarkably for her time, Hypatia became head of Alexandria's Neoplatonic school, attracting students from across the Mediterranean, including many young men from wealthy and powerful families. In an era when women had virtually no public role, she lectured openly to mixed audiences on mathematics, astronomy and philosophy. Contemporary accounts describe her as possessing not just intellectual brilliance, but personal charisma, moral authority, and a dignified beauty that commanded respect, despite the prejudices of her age. The curriculum she taught spanned the full range of ancient learning. Her students studied geometry through Euclid, astronomy through Ptolemy, and philosophy through Plato, Aristotle, and more recent Neoplatonic thinkers, such as Plotinus and Iamblichus. But Hypatia was not merely transmitting received wisdom. The ancient biographer Damascius tells us she developed a more refined and erudite teaching of the Neoplatonic system, suggesting she made original contributions to this philosophical tradition. Her teaching methods were both rigorous and personal. Neoplatonic education involved not just conveying information, but transforming the students' entire approach to reality, guiding them through increasingly abstract levels of understanding toward contemplation of the highest truths. This required forming close mentoring relationships with students, challenging them intellectually, while guiding their ethical and spiritual development. The devotion Hypatia inspired in her students suggests she excelled at this holistic educational approach. One of these devoted students was Synesius of Cyrene, who later became Bishop of Ptolemais. His surviving letters to Hypatia provide our most direct window into her teaching and personality. He addresses her as mother, sister, teacher, and benefactor, consulting her on philosophical questions, requesting her help in acquiring astronomical instruments, and expressing profound intellectual and personal loyalty. Even after his elevation to the bishopric, representing the new Christian order that would ultimately consume her, he continued to revere Hypatia as his intellectual guide. Synesius's letters also hint at Hypatia's scientific work, mentioning a hydrometer she designed for measuring the density of liquids and astronomical instruments she helped develop. Though none of her writings survive directly, evidence suggests she wrote commentaries on Diophantus's Arithmetica, early algebraic work, Apollonius's treatise on conic sections, and possibly astronomical works by Ptolemy. These mathematical and astronomical contributions, along with her philosophical teaching, made her not merely a transmitter of ancient knowledge, but an active participant in the scientific traditions of her time. Hypatia's prominence extended beyond the intellectual sphere into the political life of Alexandria. The Roman governor Orestes, who may have been among her students, consulted her on civic matters. This political connection, combined with her philosophical teachings and public role, placed her at the center of the escalating tensions between civil authorities and the increasingly powerful church, between philosophical inquiry and religious dogma, between the pluralistic traditions of classical Alexandria and the new demands for Christian uniformity. The Alexandria of Hypatia's maturity was a pressure cooker of competing forces. The old polytheistic religions were in retreat but not yet vanquished. Jews maintained a significant presence despite periodic persecution. Various Christian factions competed for dominance. All this played out against the background of an empire in crisis, with economic difficulties, administrative challenges, and external threats mounting steadily. Into this volatile environment stepped Cyril, who became Patriarch of Alexandria in 412 CE. Ambitious, politically savvy, and deeply committed to consolidating Christian power, Cyril represented a new type of church leader, not the contemplative bishop of earlier generations, but an aggressive political operator, determined to expand ecclesiastical authority over civic affairs. This brought him into direct conflict with the Roman governor Orestes, who sought to maintain traditional civil jurisdiction and protect Alexandria's diverse communities. Hypatia became a focal point in this power struggle. As Orestes' respected advisor and a prominent pagan intellectual, she represented everything Cyril found threatening: secular education, philosophical questioning, female authority, and potential limits on church power. Though Hypatia herself appears to have been politically moderate, maintaining students from all religious backgrounds and focusing on philosophical rather than theological questions, her very existence as an independent female intellectual seemed intolerable to the most extreme elements of the ascendant Christian order. The tensions escalated throughout 414–415 CE. Cyril mobilized a militant monastic group called the Parabolani, ostensibly hospital workers, but increasingly acting as his unofficial enforcers. Violence erupted against Alexandria's Jewish community. Political and religious factions clashed in the streets. The imperial government in Constantinople, distracted by other crises and itself divided along religious lines, failed to restore order effectively. In March 415 CE, during the holy season of Lent, the gathering storm broke over Hypatia. As she was returning home in her chariot, a mob apparently led by a church lector named Peter dragged her into a church called the Caesareum, which had previously been a pagan temple. There they stripped her naked, killed her with roofing tiles or possibly oyster shells, dismembered her body, and burned her remains. The brutality of the assault goes beyond even the routine violence of the ancient world, suggesting a ritualistic dimension a symbolic destruction of both the female intellectual and the pagan tradition she was seen to represent. The contemporary historian Socrates Scholasticus, himself a Christian, records the murder with evident horror, saying it brought great censure both upon Cyril and upon the Alexandrian Church. Direct responsibility for ordering the killing has never been clearly established, with some sources implicating Cyril directly and others suggesting the mob acted without his explicit command. What seems certain is that Cyril created the conditions for such violence through his inflammatory rhetoric and made no meaningful effort to bring the perpetrators to justice afterward. With Hypatia's death, something profound passed from the ancient world. While some scholars would continue philosophical inquiry in isolated pockets of the Mediterranean, the public tradition of open philosophical teaching in Alexandria effectively ended. The murder represents a microcosm of the larger transition from classical antiquity to the early medieval period, with its narrower intellectual scope and more dominant religious institutions. The diverse, questioning spirit of ancient Alexandria gave way to more monolithic centers of power and knowledge. In the centuries after her death, Hypatia's legacy followed a complex path. Byzantine chronicles often portrayed her sympathetically, emphasizing her virtue and the injustice of her death. Medieval Arab scholars preserved and extended some of the mathematical traditions she had taught, yet in European Christendom, she was largely forgotten until the Enlightenment, when scholars rediscovered classical learning and began to piece together fragments of her story. The 18th century Enlightenment thinkers reconstructed Hypatia as a martyr to free inquiry, a symbol of reason crushed by religious fanaticism. This interpretation gained wider currency through Charles Kingsley's 1853 novel, Hypatia, which cast her as a tragic heroine destroyed by the forces of unreason. Later feminist historians reclaimed her as an early exemplar of female intellectual achievement. Each age has found in Hypatia a reflection of its own preoccupations and ideals. Modern scholarship has attempted to move beyond these projections to understand Hypatia in her full historical context. Neither simply victim nor modern feminist transported to antiquity, but a woman of her time who nevertheless transcended many of the limitations placed upon her gender. She was not the last classically trained philosopher, nor the last female intellectual of the ancient world, but she represents a pivotal moment when multiple historical currents converged in one dramatic life and death. What makes Hypatia's story perennially compelling is not just the tragic drama of her murder, but the tantalizing glimpses of what she represented, a road not taken in Western history. What might have developed if the classical tradition of open philosophical inquiry had continued unbroken? How might women's intellectual contributions have evolved differently if Hypatia had established an enduring precedent? These counterfactual questions have no answers, yet they continue to haunt our understanding of Hypatia and her significance. The physical Alexandria, where Hypatia taught and died, has largely vanished beneath the modern Egyptian city. The great library where she may have studied was already in decline during her lifetime. Her scientific instruments, her personal writings, even her basic biographical details have been lost to time. What remains are fragmentary references in ancient texts, the mathematics and astronomy she helped preserve, and the enduring example of a life dedicated to rational inquiry against mounting odds. Perhaps the most accurate memorial to Hypatia exists not in stone but in practice, in the continued tradition of teaching geometry through Euclid's Elements, which she likely helped edit, in the astronomical concepts she elucidated for her students, in the ideal of the teacher who engages both the intellect and the ethical development of students, and in the ongoing struggle to maintain spaces for open inquiry in times of dogmatism and division. On a spring morning in Alexandria, over 16 centuries ago, a philosopher walked toward her academy, her mind perhaps occupied with a mathematical problem, an astronomical observation, or the questions a promising student had raised the previous day. She could not know she was walking toward her death, nor that her name would echo through history as both warning and inspiration. She was simply doing what she had always done, pursuing knowledge, sharing understanding, embodying the classical ideal of a life guided by reason and virtue. In that daily commitment, rather than in her dramatic end, may lie her most meaningful legacy. Immanuel Kant walked the same route through Königsberg every day with such precision that locals reportedly set their watches by his passing. This daily ritual, maintained with near-perfect regularity for decades, became the stuff of legend, a human metronome marking time in the Baltic port city. There was a certain poetry to this punctuality, for the man who never travelled more than 10 miles from his birthplace would ultimately transform humanity's understanding of space and time themselves. Behind the caricature of the clockwork philosopher lived a mind of extraordinary daring that fundamentally altered how we understand reality, morality, beauty, and our place in the cosmos. Born on April 22, 1724, to a humble family in what was then the Prussian city of Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, Russia, Kant entered a world poised between old certainties and emerging doubts. His father, Johann Kant, was a harness maker of modest means. His mother, Anna Regina Reuter, a woman of deep pietist faith whose religious devotion would profoundly influence her son, despite his later philosophical departures from Orthodox Christianity. The family atmosphere combined practical craftsmanship with spiritual intensity, twin influences that perhaps foreshadowed Kant's later integration of rigorous logical construction with moral and spiritual concerns. Young Immanuel, the fourth of 9 children, only 4 of whom would survive to adulthood, showed intellectual promise that caught the attention of a local pastor, who arranged for his education at the Collegium Fridericianum. This strict pietist school, with its emphasis on religious devotion over intellectual curiosity, proved a mixed blessing. While providing crucial educational opportunities beyond what his family could otherwise afford, its rigid discipline and emphasis on rote memorization of religious texts left lasting marks on Kant's psyche. Years later, he would recall being awakened at 5 a.m. by a teacher shouting, "It is time," an experience that may have contributed both to his famous punctuality and to his lifelong aversion to organized religion as practiced in his youth. Despite these constraints, Kant's intellect flourished. At 16, he entered the University of Königsberg, where he studied philosophy, mathematics, and physics, absorbing both the rationalist tradition of Leibniz and Wolff and the new scientific worldview of Newton. Financial necessity forced him to leave without a degree, and for 9 years he worked as a private tutor for wealthy families in the countryside surrounding Königsberg. These years away from academia were not wasted. They expanded his social experiences beyond scholarly circles and allowed his brilliant but undisciplined mind time to mature. When he returned to the university in 1755 to complete his education and begin his academic career, Kant had already developed the methodical habits that would sustain his intellectual work for decades. His early writings revealed a searching intellect engaged with both metaphysical questions and scientific problems. He proposed the nebular hypothesis of the formation of the solar system, later independently developed by Laplace, correctly identified the effect of tidal friction on the Earth's rotation, and explored the structure of the Milky Way. These scientific inquiries reflected not merely casual interests but a fundamental concern with understanding the material universe that would inform his later philosophical revolution. The young professor had to wait 15 years before securing a permanent position at Königsberg University, finally being appointed to the chair of logic and metaphysics in 1770 at the age of 46. During this period of financial uncertainty and intellectual searching, he established the daily routines that would become legendary. His days followed a strict schedule, rising precisely at 5 a.m., teaching and writing until lunch, taking an afternoon walk, and spending evenings in conversation with friends or reading. Though never married, he maintained an active social life, enjoying dinner parties where his conversation was reportedly as organized as his writing, but enlivened by unexpected wit. Behind the clockwork exterior, however, Kant was experiencing a profound intellectual crisis. The empiricist skepticism of David Hume had awakened him from his dogmatic slumbers, challenging the rationalist assumption that pure reason could establish metaphysical truths about the ultimate nature of reality. Simultaneously, he was troubled by the inability of mechanistic science to accommodate human freedom and moral responsibility, which he considered undeniable facts of human experience. For a decade, he published almost nothing, as he struggled to develop a new philosophical framework that could preserve scientific knowledge, moral freedom, and limited but meaningful knowledge of human nature. The result of this extended period of intellectual gestation was his revolutionary Critique of Pure Reason, published in 1781 when Kant was 57, an age when many thinkers have already completed their major work. This dense, challenging text proposed nothing less than a Copernican revolution in philosophy. Just as Copernicus had suggested that apparent movements of the sun and stars could be better explained by understanding them in relation to the observer's position on a moving Earth, Kant argued that understanding knowledge required examining how the structure of human cognition shapes our experience of the world. His central insight was that the mind is not a passive receiver of information, but actively structures experience according to innate categories such as space, time, causality, and substance. These categories are not derived from experience but are preconditions for any coherent experience at all. The profound consequence of this view is that we can never know things in themselves, what Kant called noumena, but only things as they appear, phenomena as organized by our cognitive faculties. This position, which Kant called transcendental idealism, carved a middle path between the confident rationalism of thinkers like Leibniz and the skeptical empiricism of Hume. Against the rationalists, Kant argued that pure reason cannot give us knowledge of ultimate reality beyond experience. Against the empiricists, he maintained that secure knowledge of the phenomenal world is possible precisely because the mind imposes necessary structures on experience. This philosophical revolution was far from merely technical. It addressed the deepest human concerns about knowledge, freedom, and meaning. The critique of pure reason was soon followed by the critique of practical reason, 1788, and the critique of judgment, 1790, completing a trilogy that comprehensively reconsidered human cognitive, moral, and aesthetic experience. In the moral realm, Kant's innovations were equally profound. Rejecting both divine command theories that grounded ethics in God's will and consequentialist approaches that judged actions by their outcomes, he developed a moral framework based on rational autonomy. His categorical imperative demanded that we act only according to maxims that we could consistently will to become universal laws, a formal principle that derives moral obligations from the structure of rational agency itself, rather than from external authorities or desired consequences. This emphasis on autonomy, literally self-legislation, reflected Kant's deep commitment to human dignity and freedom. In his famous essay, What is Enlightenment?, he defined enlightenment as mankind's exit from its self-incurred immaturity, urging people to think for themselves rather than deferring to authority. This intellectual courage was matched by a cautious but genuine political progressivism that supported republican government, opposed colonialism, and envisioned a future federation of nations that could establish perpetual peace. The man behind these revolutionary ideas lived a life of striking modesty and regularity, of slight build and barely 5 feet tall, with a sunken chest that presaged the breathing difficulties that would trouble his later years. Kant compensated for physical frailty with rigorous discipline. His personal habits became increasingly precise with age, the same foods served at the same times, walks taken along the same routes regardless of weather, a rigorous work schedule maintained decade after decade. These routines, sometimes mocked as excessive, were not merely eccentricities but practical methods for managing his health and maximizing his intellectual productivity. Despite never traveling beyond the vicinity of Königsberg, Kant maintained a cosmopolitan outlook through extensive reading and correspondence. His modest home became a destination for visitors from across Europe drawn by his growing reputation. Though in person he could be charming and witty, his writing style was notoriously difficult, dense, technical, and demanding. When criticized for this, he reportedly replied that he wrote for thinkers, not casual readers, and that important ideas justified significant effort to comprehend them. The disciplined routines that had sustained Kant's intellectual work for decades gradually unraveled in his final years as age and illness took their toll. His last major work, The Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, 1798, showed his continuing engagement with human nature despite declining powers. By 1799, he had retired from teaching, and his once precise mind began to fail. When he died on February 12, 1804, at age 79, his last words were reportedly, "Is es gut?" Detail. It is good. A simple affirmation that seemed fitting for a thinker whose moral philosophy had emphasized goodness, determined by rational principle rather than feeling or consequence. Kant's funeral became a public event in Königsberg, with shops closing and thousands lining the streets to honor the philosopher who had never left their city but whose mind had traveled to the farthest reaches of human understanding. He was buried in a professor's vault near the cathedral, though his remains were later moved to a Gothic chapel built to honor his memory. an ironic fate for a man who had lived so modestly and had criticized lavish monuments to the dead. The intellectual legacy Kant left behind proved far more enduring than any physical memorial. Nearly every significant philosophical movement since his time has defined itself partly through its response to his critical philosophy. German idealists like Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel developed their systems by extending or challenging aspects of Kant's thought. Phenomenology, existentialism, and much of continental philosophy grew from engagements with his analysis of human experience and subjectivity. Analytic philosophy, despite early attempts to move beyond Kantian questions, repeatedly returns to problems he formulated about the nature of knowledge, logic, and metaphysics. Beyond philosophy proper, Kant's influence permeates modern culture. Our common-sense distinction between objective and subjective reality owes much to his analysis, even if simplified from his sophisticated position. Contemporary science, with its understanding of how theoretical frameworks and observational tools shape what can be observed, reflects a Kantian sensibility about the interplay between mind and world. Modern conceptions of human rights and dignity draw strength from his insistence that persons must be treated as ends in themselves, never merely as means. Perhaps most profoundly, Kant's careful mapping of the limits of human knowledge created space for both scientific understanding and moral faith. A balanced perspective that remains valuable in our age of both scientific triumphalism and religious fundamentalism. His vision of the starry heavens above and the moral law within as twin sources of wonder captures something essential about the human condition, our simultaneous embedding in the physical universe and our transcendence of it through moral consciousness. The clockwork philosopher of Königsberg, with his daily walks and rigorous schedules, might seem an unlikely revolutionary, yet in his methodical, systematic way, Immanuel Kant achieved a revolution in thought more far-reaching than many political upheavals of his age. By carefully examining the structure of human understanding itself, he forever changed how we think about thinking, and in doing so transformed our conception of what it means to be human. On a cold Christmas morning in 1642, as England was torn apart by civil war, a premature infant was born in a modest stone farmhouse in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire. So tiny and frail was this child that few expected him to survive the day. His father, already 3 months in his grave, would never know that his namesake would not only live but would go on to fundamentally change humanity's understanding of the physical universe. This is the story of Isaac Newton, a solitary and complex man whose mind penetrated the deepest mysteries of nature. The England of Newton's birth was a nation in turmoil. King Charles I and Parliament were locked in a bloody struggle for power, and the old certainties of medieval life were crumbling. Perhaps it was fitting that in such a time of transition, a child would be born who would help usher in an entirely new way of understanding the world. Young Isaac's early life held little indication of future greatness. His mother, Hannah, remarried when he was 3, leaving the boy in the care of his grandmother, while Hannah moved away with her new husband, the Reverend Barnabas Smith. This early abandonment left a wound that never fully healed, instilling in Newton a deep-seated insecurity and mistrust of others that would shadow him throughout his life. Imagine the small boy, intelligent beyond his years but emotionally adrift, wandering the countryside around Woolsthorpe Manor. Unlike Leonardo da Vinci's free-ranging childhood explorations, young Isaac's observations had a different quality, less artistic, more analytical. Even then, he was driven by a need to understand how things worked, to find order in chaos, to discover the hidden mechanisms behind visible effects. His education at the King's School in Grantham might have proceeded unremarkably, had his mother not attempted to turn him into a farmer after the death of her second husband. Hannah, now widowed again, pulled 16-year-old Isaac from school with the intention of making him manage the family estate. But the boy who would later command the laws of motion showed little aptitude for or interest in agriculture. He would wander off, leaving the sheep untended, to build mechanical models or solve mathematical problems. It was the local schoolmaster, recognizing something extraordinary in the distracted young man, who convinced Hannah to allow her son to complete his education. This intervention quite possibly changed the course of scientific history. Newton returned to his studies with fervour and eventually secured a place at Trinity College, Cambridge, in 1661. The Cambridge that Newton entered was still dominated by Aristotelian philosophy and the teachings of the ancient Greeks. The scientific revolution was in its infancy. Newton arrived as a subsizar, a student who earned his keep by performing menial tasks for wealthier students, and this humble position likely reinforced his sense of social isolation. Yet it was here, in this environment of traditional learning being slowly transformed by new ideas, that Newton's genius would begin to flower. What truly set Newton's mind in motion was his discovery of the works of the modern philosophers Descartes, Boyle, Galileo. Here were men questioning the ancient authorities, seeking to understand nature through observation and mathematics rather than philosophical speculation. For Newton, this approach resonated deeply with his own inclinations toward precise measurement and rigorous analysis. But it was the plague that truly changed everything. In 1665, as the Great Plague swept through London and threatened to reach Cambridge, the university closed its doors, sending students and faculty back to their homes. Newton returned to Woolsthorpe for what would become known as his miraculous years. In the solitude of his family home, free from the distractions of university life and formal studies, Newton's mind soared. Picture him in the orchard behind Woolsthorpe Manor, a young man of 23, watching an apple fall from a tree. While the story of the falling apple has been embellished over centuries, Newton himself recounted late in life how this ordinary sight prompted an extraordinary question: why should the apple always descend perpendicularly to the ground? Why shouldn't it go sideways or upward, but constantly toward the Earth's center? This question, so simple yet so profound, led Newton to one of his greatest insights, that the force that pulls an apple to the ground might be the same force that keeps the moon in orbit around the Earth. The universality of gravity, the notion that the same laws govern the fall of an apple and the motion of celestial bodies, was a leap of understanding that would fundamentally alter humanity's conception of the universe. During these same miraculous years, Newton laid the groundwork for calculus, a mathematical tool that would enable him and generations of scientists after him to analyze motion and change with unprecedented precision. He also began his groundbreaking experiments with light, using a prism to split white light into its component colors, and proving that color was not a modification of white light, as was commonly believed, but an intrinsic property of light itself. When Newton returned to Cambridge after the plague subsided, he did so as a transformed thinker, though few knew the extent of his private discoveries. He was elected a Fellow of Trinity College in 1667 and Lucasian Professor of Mathematics in 1669, but he kept much of his revolutionary work to himself, publishing little and engaging rarely with the broader intellectual community. This reticence stemmed partly from Newton's natural secretiveness and partly from his fear of controversy. When he did share his work on optics with the Royal Society in 1672, the criticism he received from Robert Hooke and others wounded him deeply and reinforced his tendency toward isolation. Newton retreated further into his private studies, conducting experiments in alchemy and delving into obscure biblical prophecies with the same intensity he brought to his scientific inquiries. There is a striking duality in Newton's character: the rational scientist who established laws of motion and universal gravitation, existing alongside the alchemist who searched for the philosopher's stone and wrote over 1 million words on biblical interpretation. For Newton, these pursuits were not contradictory but complementary aspects of a unified quest to understand the divine order of creation. In his mind, God had created a universe governed by mathematical laws, and uncovering these laws was a form of religious devotion. It took the urging of astronomer Edmund Halley to draw Newton's greatest work out of the shadows. In 1684, Halley visited Cambridge to ask Newton about the mathematical curve that would be described by planetary motions under the influence of an inverse square law of attraction. To Halley's amazement, Newton immediately replied that it would be an ellipse, and that he had calculated this years earlier but never published the work. Encouraged by Halley's enthusiasm, Newton embarked on the task of organizing and expanding his decades of private research. The result, published in 1687, was Philosophiae Naturalias Principia Mathematica, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, commonly known as the Principia. This monumental work presented Newton's 3 laws of motion and his theory of universal gravitation, establishing a framework for understanding physical phenomena that would remain unchallenged for over 2 centuries. The publication of the Principia transformed Newton from an obscure professor into a scientific celebrity, though he remained personally aloof and uncomfortable with fame. In 1696, he left Cambridge to take up a position as Warden, later Master of the Royal Mint in London, where he applied his analytical mind to the practical problems of currency and counterfeiting. He pursued counterfeiters with the same relentless determination he had brought to solving scientific problems, going undercover in taverns and personally interrogating suspects. Newton's later years brought him public acclaim but little personal happiness. His bitter feud with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus consumed much of his energy and revealed the darker aspects of his personality: his pride, his capacity for grudges, his need for recognition. When he became president of the Royal Society in 1703, he used his influence to settle scientific disputes in his favor and to diminish the contributions of rivals. Yet even as Newton's character flaws became more pronounced with age, his towering intellectual achievements could not be diminished. He had done what no one before him had accomplished. He had shown that the physical universe, from falling apples to orbiting planets, could be understood through mathematical laws. He had, in a very real sense, revealed the clockwork of God's creation. In his final years, despite his fame and the respect accorded to him by society, Newton remained in many ways the same isolated boy who had been abandoned by his mother. He never married and had few close friends. His health began to fail, and he suffered from painful kidney stones, yet his mind remained active until near the end. He died in his sleep on March 20th, 1727, at the age of 84, and was buried with national honours in Westminster Abbey. There is a poignant note in one of Newton's letters, written near the end of his life. "I do not know what I may appear to the world, but to myself I seem to have been only like a boy playing on the seashore, and diverting myself in now and then finding a smoother pebble or a prettier shell than ordinary, whilst the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me." This humility from a man who had penetrated deeper into that ocean than perhaps any before him reveals something essential about scientific progress: that even the greatest discoveries are but small steps in humanity's endless journey of understanding. Newton, for all his genius, was acutely aware of the limits of human knowledge. Visitors to Woolsthorpe Manor can still see the apple tree said to have inspired Newton's thoughts on gravity, or rather, its descendant, grown from the roots of the original tree that blew down in a storm in the 19th century. Like Newton's ideas, the tree has been reborn, continuing to bear fruit long after its original planting. The modest farmhouse where a premature, fatherless child entered the world has become a place of pilgrimage for those who wish to stand where one of history's greatest minds once stood. But Newton's true monument is not physical. It is the framework of understanding that he bequeathed to humanity, a way of seeing the universe as an ordered system governed by discoverable laws. Every time we send a satellite into orbit, calculate the trajectory of a spacecraft, or simply understand why an apple falls from a tree, we are living in the world that Newton's mind made possible. In the centuries since his death, science has moved beyond Newtonian physics. Einstein's relativity and quantum mechanics have revealed a universe more strange and wonderful than even Newton could have imagined. Yet Newton's work was not invalidated by these later discoveries, but incorporated into them as a special case of more general principles. In this way, scientific knowledge builds upon itself, each generation standing on the shoulders of giants, a phrase Newton himself borrowed from earlier thinkers, acknowledging his debt to those who came before. The winter night that welcomed Isaac Newton's unlikely birth has long since passed, but the light of understanding that he kindled continues to illuminate our world. His life reminds us that genius can emerge from the most improbable circumstances, that the greatest scientific advances often come from asking seemingly simple questions, and that the universe, for all its vastness and complexity, can be comprehended by the human mind. This may be Newton's greatest legacy, not just what he discovered, but the confidence he gave humanity that the natural world is not an incomprehensible mystery, but a puzzle waiting to be solved by those willing to observe carefully, think deeply, and calculate precisely. The summer air in Frankfurt hung heavy with possibility as a child entered the world on August 28, 1749. The infant, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, born to a prosperous bourgeois family in this bustling free imperial city, arrived during what many would later call the Age of Enlightenment. Yet this child would come to embody something more complex than pure rationalism, a bridge between Enlightenment precision and romantic passion, between methodical observation and intuitive understanding. The boy who took his first breath in that comfortable house on Grosser Hirschgraben would grow to become not just Germany's greatest literary figure, but a universal genius whose mind encompassed poetry, drama, science, philosophy, politics, and art, with a breadth that has few equals in human history. Johann Caspar Goethe, the child's father, had made his fortune as a lawyer and imperial councillor, allowing him to retire early to pursue his own intellectual interests. He was a stern, methodical man who valued education above all else. The boy's mother, Katharina Elisabeth Texter, came from Frankfurt's elite. Her father was the city's mayor. Unlike her rigid husband, she possessed a playful imagination and gift for storytelling that would profoundly influence her son. Order and clarity she left to her husband, Goethe would later write, while she herself was content with enjoying life. This duality, the father's structured rationalism and the mother's vibrant imagination, created the fertile tension that would shape young Goethe's mind. His childhood home became his first university. Johann Caspar personally supervised his children's education, teaching them languages, sciences, art, and literature according to his own systematic curriculum. Young Wolfgang learned Italian, Latin, Greek, English, and French, alongside his native German, often by performing puppet shows and theatrical games that made learning a creative act rather than mere memorization. The family's wealth provided other educational opportunities as well. Their home contained an extensive library of 2,000 volumes, a rarity for a private residence of the time. Art filled the rooms, inspiring the boy's visual sensibility. During the 7 Years' War, when French troops occupied Frankfurt, the family was required to host a French officer named Thurank, who filled the house with artists commissioned to paint scenes of battle. Young Goethe observed these artists at work, absorbing techniques and developing an eye for color and composition that would later inform his scientific studies of light and color. Early experiences with literature and theater proved transformative. Puppet shows based on folk tales fired his imagination. Bible stories, particularly the vivid narratives of the Old Testament, provided both moral education and powerful storytelling models. When his grandmother gifted him with a puppet theater at age 4, he began creating his own dramatic productions, the first stirrings of a literary genius who would later revolutionize German theater with works like Götz von Berlichingen and Faust. Goethe's childhood was not without shadows. Of his parents' 9 children, only he and his sister Cornelia survived to adulthood, a common but nonetheless traumatic reality of 18th century life. His relationship with his father grew increasingly tense as he matured, with Johann Caspar's rigid expectations clashing against Wolfgang's independent spirit. The boy who had thrived under his father's early tutelage began to chafe against his control, a pattern that would repeat throughout Goethe's life as he resisted all forms of intellectual and creative confinement. At 16, following his father's wishes, Goethe departed Frankfurt to study law at Leipzig University. The provincial boy suddenly found himself in Little Paris, as Leipzig was known for its cosmopolitan atmosphere. Here, formal legal studies quickly took second place to poetry, drawing, and the pursuit of pleasure. He fell in love with Anna Katharina Schönkopf, the daughter of a wine merchant, wrote his first mature poems, and began experimenting with etching and drawing. He also attended lectures on art history by Adam Friedrich Ozer, who introduced him to classical aesthetics and the emerging concept of artistic genius that would later become central to Romantic thought. This first taste of independence ended dramatically when Goethe collapsed with a serious illness, possibly tuberculosis, that forced his return to Frankfurt. During months of recovery in his childhood home, the 20-year-old underwent a spiritual crisis that led him to explore mysticism, alchemy, and various esoteric teachings. This period planted seeds that would later flower in Faust, his masterwork about a scholar who, dissatisfied with rational knowledge, turns to magic in search of deeper understanding. After regaining his health, Goethe completed his legal studies at Strasbourg University. Here, a fateful meeting with Johann Gottfried Herder, a dynamic thinker 5 years his senior, transformed his understanding of literature and history. Herder introduced Goethe to Shakespeare, whom he would later call his literary liberator, folk poetry, and Rousseau's ideas about nature. Under Herder's influence, Goethe began to develop the conception of organic form that would guide both his literary and scientific work, the idea that true form emerges naturally from within, rather than being imposed from without. In Strasbourg, another pivotal experience awaited his passionate love for Friedrich Brienne, the daughter of a pastor in nearby Sesenheim. Their idyllic romance inspired some of Goethe's most beautiful early lyrics, but ended painfully when he left Strasbourg, and Friedrich after completing his degree. The pattern established here, intense love followed by retreat, would repeat throughout Goethe's life, providing emotional fuel for his creative work, while leaving a trail of heartbroken women in his wake. Returning to Frankfurt with his law degree, Goethe established a modest legal practice but devoted his true energy to writing. In a burst of creative activity that his contemporaries later dubbed the Storm and Stress period, Sturm und Drang, he produced works that revolutionized German literature. His epistolary novel The Sorrows of Young Werther 1774, inspired by his unrequited love for Charlotte Buff, became a European sensation. With its passionate depiction of a sensitive young man driven to suicide by impossible love and social constraints, the novel captured the emerging spirit of Romanticism so powerfully that it reportedly inspired a wave of copycat suicides across Europe. Werther made Goethe famous at 24, but fame brought complications. As readers conflated the author with his creation, Goethe found himself uncomfortably cast as the archetype of romantic suffering. Yet even as Werther circulated throughout Europe, Goethe was already moving beyond the feverish emotionalism it depicted, seeking a more balanced integration of feeling and thought, passion and control, a personal journey that would parallel his ongoing attempt to unite the scientific and poetic visions of nature. In 1775, another fateful encounter redirected Goethe's life when the young Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar visited Frankfurt, and, impressed by the famous young author, invited him to his small ducal court in Weimar. What was intended as a brief visit extended into a lifetime commitment. In Weimar, Goethe found not just a patron but a friend in the Duke, who appointed him to the Privy Council and eventually to the position of chief minister. The poet became a statesman overseeing mining operations, forest management, military recruitment, and road construction while continuing his literary pursuits. This period of administrative responsibility tempered Goethe's youthful romanticism with practical experience. He discovered that implementing even modest reforms required navigating entrenched interests and institutional inertia, a reality that deepened his understanding of human society and his skepticism toward revolutionary change. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Goethe, unlike many intellectuals of his generation, responded with caution rather than enthusiasm, perceiving in its violent upheavals a destructive force that might sweep away cultural achievements along with political injustice. Even as administrative duties consumed his days, Goethe's creative and intellectual life continued to evolve. His friendship with Charlotte von Stein, an intelligent court lady, several years his senior, developed into a profound but apparently platonic relationship that transformed his emotional landscape. Through their daily correspondence and conversations, he developed a more mature conception of love as sustained spiritual and intellectual communion, rather than merely passionate desire. Under Charlotte's influence, his writing style shifted toward classical restraint, exemplified in the measured blank verse of his play, Iphigenia in Tauris, reflecting his growing conviction that true freedom required self-discipline. By 1786, however, Goethe had reached a personal and creative impasse. Administrative burdens, court intrigues, and the emotional complexities of his relationship with Charlotte left him feeling stifled. In September of that year, he undertook what became one of the most famous journeys in literary history, his Italian voyage. Leaving Weimar secretly, with only a pseudonym and a sketching pad, he crossed the Alps and entered the land that had lived in his imagination since childhood, through his father's stories and art collection. Italy transformed Goethe. The Mediterranean light, the classical architecture, the sensual openness of Italian culture, all seemed to unlock something essential in his nature. He wrote to friends of being reborn and reformed to the marrow. His scientific interests flourished as he observed plants, rocks, and weather patterns, developing theories of morphology that anticipated aspects of evolutionary biology. His artistic ambitions led him to draw obsessively, though he eventually accepted that his talents lay elsewhere, and his erotic life reawakened through an affair with a young Roman widow, a relationship that liberated him from the emotional constraints he had accepted in Weimar. When Goethe returned to Weimar in 1788 after nearly 2 years abroad, he was irrevocably changed. He withdrew from most administrative duties to focus on his scientific and literary work. He distanced himself from Charlotte von Stein, whose cool intellectuality now seemed too constraining. Most shockingly to Weimar society, he established a household with Christiane Vulpius, a young woman of working-class background who had approached him with a petition on behalf of her brother. Their passionate relationship, formalized in marriage only in 1806, after they had lived together for 18 years, scandalized the court but provided Goethe with genuine domestic happiness, resulted in several children, though only one son, August, survived to adulthood. The decades following Goethe's return from Italy were marked by both personal losses and extraordinary creative achievements. His friendship with Friedrich Schiller, which blossomed in the 1790s, provided crucial intellectual stimulation during a period when many readers found Goethe's classical style and scientific interests incomprehensible. Together, the two literary giants established aesthetic principles that defined German classicism, jointly edited literary journals, and spurred each other to new creative heights. When Schiller died in 1805 at just 45, Goethe lost his most important intellectual companion, writing that half of my existence is gone. This period also saw Goethe's scientific work reach its fullest development. His theory of colors, published in 1810, challenged Newton's optics, and though rejected by physicists, contained valuable insights into the psychology of color perception that influenced artists like J.M.W. Turner and scientists like Rudolf Steiner. His concept of morphology, the study of form and its transformations, provided a framework for understanding biological development that anticipated aspects of Darwin's evolutionary theory. His extensive collections of minerals and botanical specimens reflected a lifelong commitment to direct observation of natural phenomena. Throughout his 70s and into his 80s, Goethe continued to produce major works including Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Elective Affinities, and the collected West-Eastern Divan, a poetic dialogue with Persian literature inspired by his late-life love for Marianne von Willemer. Most significantly, he completed Faust, the dramatic masterpiece he had begun in his 20s, and which embodied his lifelong exploration of human striving, error, and redemption. Into this work, published in its complete form only after his death, Goethe poured his accumulated wisdom about science, politics, economics, religion, art, and love. When Goethe died on March 22, 1832, at the age of 82, his last words were reported to be, "More light," a fitting final request from a man who had dedicated his life to illuminating the human condition in all its aspects. The child born in Frankfurt on a summer day in 1749 had lived through the 7 Years' War, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the rise and fall of Napoleon, and the early stirrings of the Industrial Age. He had known many of the greatest minds of his era, Herder, Schiller, Beethoven, Napoleon, Hegel, and had created works that would influence generations of writers, artists, philosophers, and scientists. Goethe's true legacy lies not just in his specific achievements, but in his embodiment of a unified vision that modern culture, with its fragmentation of knowledge into specialized domains, has largely lost. He refused to accept the growing division between science and art, between objective knowledge and subjective experience. For Goethe, studying a plant's morphology and writing a poem about that same plant were complementary ways of understanding its nature. His famous statement that all theory is grey, but the golden tree of life is green, reflected his conviction that abstract ideas must always be tested against the vibrant reality of lived experience. In an age increasingly dominated by specialization, Goethe's universality stands as both challenge and inspiration. The man who wrote immortal poetry, developed scientific theories, directed a theatre, administered a state, conducted geological surveys, and maintained correspondences with the leading thinkers of Europe, reminds us of the integrative potential of the human mind. His life's work suggests that the deepest understanding comes not from narrow expertise, but from allowing knowledge to flow freely across the artificial boundaries we construct between disciplines and ways of knowing. Johannes Kepler peered through the darkness of a December night in 1604, his eyes fixed on a brilliant new star that had suddenly appeared in the constellation Ophiuchus. This celestial intruder, what we now know was a supernova, shone with a brilliance that rivaled Jupiter, defying the ancient Aristotelian belief in the immutable perfection of the heavens. To most observers, it was merely a curiosity or an ominous portent, but to Kepler, shivering in the cold Prague air, It was something far more profound, evidence that the cosmos was not static and eternal but dynamic and evolving. The heavens themselves could change, just as his understanding of them was about to transform astronomy forever. Born on December 27, 1571, in the small German town of Wilderstadt, Kepler entered a world torn by religious conflict and animated by ancient superstitions. His childhood was marked by hardship and instability. His father, Heinrich Kepler, was a mercenary soldier who eventually abandoned the family. His mother, Katharina, was a herbalist and healer, who would later be tried as a witch. Young Johannes was a sickly child, suffering from smallpox that left his vision permanently impaired, as well as crippled hands and a weak constitution. These physical limitations perhaps directed his energies toward intellectual rather than physical pursuits, though they never diminished his capacity for painstaking calculations that would later revolutionize our understanding of planetary motion. Despite his family's poverty, Kepler's intellectual gifts earned him a scholarship to the University of Tübingen, where he studied theology with the intention of becoming a Lutheran minister. Here he encountered the ideas that would shape his scientific worldview. His mathematics professor, Michael Mathison, secretly introduced him to the controversial heliocentric model of Copernicus, which placed the Sun rather than Earth at the center of the cosmos. Concept resonated deeply with Kepler's almost mystical sense of mathematical harmony and his theological belief in a rational creator who designed the universe according to comprehensible principles. While still a student, Kepler experienced a moment of insight that would guide his life's work. During a lecture, he suddenly perceived a possible connection between the 5 known planets and the 5 platonic solids of geometry. Perhaps the spacing of planetary orbits corresponded to these perfect geometric forms nested inside one another. This intuition, though ultimately incorrect, reflected Kepler's characteristic approach to science, a blend of mathematical rigor, imaginative leaps, and a profound conviction that the universe embodied divine harmony waiting to be discovered through human reason. Kepler's theological studies were interrupted when he was recruited to teach mathematics in Graz, Austria. It was here, at age 25, that he published his first major work, Mysterium Cosmographicum, The Cosmic Mystery, which presented his planetary solids model. Though the work contained fundamental astronomical errors, it impressed Europe's foremost astronomer, Tycho Brahe, who recognized Kepler's mathematical brilliance, despite disagreeing with his Copernican views. When religious persecution forced Kepler, a Lutheran, to leave Catholic-dominated Graz, Tycho invited him to Prague to become his assistant. Their collaboration was intellectually fruitful but personally tense. The aristocratic Tycho carefully guarded his decades of observational data, the most accurate celestial measurements made before the telescope's invention. Kepler, desperate to access this treasure trove to test his theories, found himself in a difficult position of dependence on his imperious employer. Tycho's sudden death in 1601 transformed Kepler's circumstances. Appointed to succeed Tycho as imperial mathematician to Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, Kepler finally gained full access to the observational data he had coveted. For 2 decades he would labor to make sense of Tycho's meticulous records, particularly those tracking the orbit of Mars, which most stubbornly resisted fitting into existing astronomical models. During these years of intensive work in Prague, Kepler's personal life was marked by tragedy and resilience. His first wife, Barbara, and several of their children died from disease. Religious conflict repeatedly disrupted his life, forcing multiple relocations across Central Europe. Financial insecurity was a constant companion, as the erratic emperor often failed to pay his salary. Yet amid these difficulties, Kepler maintained a remarkable intellectual focus, producing works that would eventually redefine humanity's understanding of celestial motion. The breakthrough came through his analysis of Mars's orbit. After numerous failed attempts to fit the planet's motion into a circular path, Kepler took the radical step of abandoning the 2,000-year-old assumption that celestial bodies must move in perfect circles. Instead, he discovered that Mars followed an elliptical orbit with the Sun at one focus. This insight led to his first law of planetary motion, published in Astronomia Nova, New Astronomy in 1609, the same year Galileo first turned a telescope toward the heavens. Kepler's second law, also presented in this work, described how planets sweep out equal areas in equal times as they orbit the Sun, moving faster when closer and slower when more distant. These discoveries represented not just refinements to astronomical calculation, but a conceptual revolution. By demonstrating that planetary motion followed precise mathematical patterns, Kepler provided crucial evidence for Copernicus's heliocentric model, while simultaneously transforming it from a computational convenience into a physical reality. Yet Kepler was not merely a cold calculator. His approach to science remained deeply integrated with his spiritual worldview. He described his astronomical work as thinking God's thoughts after him, and saw in the mathematical harmony of the cosmos evidence of divine creativity. In his book Harmonices Mundi, The Harmony of the World, published in 1619, he expanded his planetary laws to include his third law, relating the orbital period of a planet to its distance from the Sun, while simultaneously exploring connections between planetary motion, musical harmony, and geometric proportion. This integration of empirical observation, mathematical analysis, and aesthetic spiritual sensibility makes Kepler a transitional figure between medieval and modern approaches to science. Unlike many of his contemporaries who still practiced astrology, as did Kepler himself, to earn extra income, he insisted that celestial influences must operate through physical mechanisms rather than occult sympathies. Yet unlike later scientists who would increasingly separate scientific from religious understanding, Kepler saw his discoveries as revealing the divine architectural principles underlying creation. The last decade of Kepler's life brought continued hardship and remarkable productivity. After Emperor Rudolf's abdication, Kepler relocated to Linz, Austria, where he completed his Epitome of Copernican Astronomy and Harmonices Mundi. He also defended his mother against charges of witchcraft, a lengthy legal battle that consumed his emotional energy and financial resources, but ultimately saved her from execution. His final years were spent in Sagan, now in Poland, and Regensburg, Germany, where he continued astronomical work while seeking payment of his imperial salary, arrears to support his second wife and their children. It was during a journey to collect this money that Kepler fell ill and died on November 15, 1630, at age 58. He was buried in Regensburg, but his grave was destroyed during the 30 Years' War that was ravaging Central Europe, a conflict that had shaped much of his life through its religious dimensions. Kepler's immediate scientific legacy was profound if somewhat indirect. His laws of planetary motion would later provide essential evidence for Newton's theory of universal gravitation, though Newton himself would reframe these discoveries in a different mathematical and conceptual language. Kepler's work on optics, including his explanation of how the human eye works and his designs for improved telescopes, advanced observational astronomy. His meticulous calculation of planetary tables, the Rudolphine tables, provided the most accurate astronomical predictions available for decades. Beyond these specific contributions, Kepler exemplified a new approach to natural philosophy that would eventually evolve into modern science, one that combined mathematical theory with empirical observation, that sought physical explanations for natural phenomena, and that was willing to discard ancient authorities when evidence contradicted them. Unlike Galileo, whose confrontational style brought him into direct conflict with the Catholic Church, Kepler's more integrative approach allowed him to maintain both his scientific integrity and his religious faith, while navigating the treacherous political and theological landscape of Counter-Reformation Europe. What makes Kepler's achievements particularly remarkable is the context in which they emerged. Working without telescopes for most of his career, carrying out endless calculations by hand, repeatedly displaced by religious persecution and political turmoil, struggling with poverty and family tragedy, he nevertheless transformed humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. The elliptical orbits he discovered replaced the perfect celestial circles that had dominated astronomy since Aristotle, helping to usher in a new vision of the universe as governed by mathematical laws accessible to human reason rather than mysterious powers beyond comprehension. The small, sickly boy from Wilderstadt, whose physical limitations might have confined him to obscurity in another era, instead used his mathematical genius and persistence to discern patterns in the heavens that had eluded all previous astronomers. In doing so, Johannes Kepler helped redefine humanity's relationship to the cosmos, not as passive observers of celestial mysteries, but as active participants in discovering the mathematical harmonies that govern the universe. As he himself wrote, with characteristic blend of scientific precision and poetic sensibility, the roads by which men arrive at their insights into celestial matters seem to me almost as worthy of wonder as those matters themselves. In the golden light of a Tuscan afternoon in 1452, a child was born who would come to embody the very essence of human curiosity. This is the story of Leonardo da Vinci, perhaps history's greatest polymath, a man whose mind seemed to dance between art and science as though there were no boundary between them. Picture a humble stone cottage near the village of Vinci. Inside, a young woman named Caterina has just given birth to a boy out of wedlock. The father, a notary named Ser Piero da Vinci, would soon take the child into his household, but not before the infant spent his earliest years in the rolling Tuscan countryside, absorbing the natural world that would later fuel his imagination. The boy's eyes, even then, seemed to hold an unusual intensity, as if he were not merely looking at the world, but studying it, memorizing it, questioning it. Leonardo's early years were marked by a freedom uncommon for children of his time. While other young boys his age were being trained in rigid disciplines or practical trades, young Leonardo roamed the hills and valleys surrounding Vinci. He watched water flow over rocks, observed birds in flight, and studied how light cast shadows across the landscape. These were not idle pastimes, but the beginnings of a lifelong practice of observation that would inform his greatest works. By his teenage years, Leonardo's talent for drawing had become impossible to ignore. His father, recognizing something extraordinary in his illegitimate son, arranged an apprenticeship with Andrea del Verrocchio, one of Florence's most esteemed artists. Verrocchio's workshop was a buzzing hive of creativity and technical instruction, where Leonardo absorbed not just the techniques of painting, but sculpture, metalworking, architecture, and engineering. It was here that the young apprentice began to develop his characteristic approach, seeing art not as something separate from science, but as another means of investigating the same mysteries. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal but telling nonetheless, that when Leonardo was asked to paint an angel in Verrocchio's Baptism of Christ, the master was so struck by his pupil's superior technique that he vowed never to paint again. Whether true or not, what is certain is that by his early 20s, Leonardo had already begun to outgrow his teacher's shadow. The Florence of Leonardo's youth was the beating heart of the Renaissance. Under the patronage of the powerful Medici family, the city had become a crucible of artistic and intellectual innovation. Streets echoed with discussions of rediscovered classical texts, new philosophical ideas, and revolutionary artistic techniques. In this atmosphere of creative ferment, Leonardo thrived. Yet even in this city of geniuses, he remained somehow apart, his mind working on questions others had not yet thought to ask. Consider his notebooks, thousands of pages filled with drawings, diagrams, and mirror-written observations. These were not merely the jottings of an artist, but the investigations of a scientific mind centuries ahead of its time. In an age before specialized disciplines, Leonardo moved effortlessly between anatomy, optics, geology, botany, and dozens of other fields we would now separate into distinct sciences. He dissected corpses to understand musculature, studied water currents to comprehend fluid dynamics, and examined rock formations to grasp geological time. Each investigation fed back into his art, lending his paintings an unmatched realism and depth. Leonardo's restlessness, both physical and intellectual, became a defining feature of his life. He moved from Florence to Milan, from Milan to Rome, and eventually to France, never quite finding a place that could contain the breadth of his interests. His patrons, from the Medici to Ludovico Sforza to Francis I of France, often found themselves bewildered by an artist who seemed more interested in designing flying machines or studying the flight of birds than completing commissioned paintings. In Milan, serving as engineer and artist to Duke Ludovico Sforza, Leonardo conceived some of his most ambitious projects. He designed weapons of war and peaceful waterways with equal enthusiasm. He created theatrical spectacles that left the court gasping in wonder, and of course he painted The Last Supper, a work so revolutionary in its composition and psychological depth that it would influence religious art for centuries to come. Yet for all these achievements, Leonardo was plagued by what some might call procrastination, but which might better be understood as the inevitable consequence of a mind that could not stop asking questions. He would abandon paintings mid-creation to pursue some new scientific inquiry. He would draft designs for inventions centuries ahead of their time, helicopters, tanks, solar power, only to leave them unrealized as his attention shifted to new puzzles. For Leonardo, the understanding was often more important than the finished product. Perhaps nowhere is this more evident than in his studies of human anatomy. At night, by candlelight, Leonardo performed dissections that would have horrified his contemporaries. He peeled back layers of muscle, traced the pathways of veins, and examined the chambers of the heart with a precision that would not be matched for centuries. His anatomical drawings remain astonishingly accurate even by modern standards. Yet these were not created for publication or practical application. They were part of Leonardo's personal quest to understand the machinery of life itself. The paradoxes of Leonardo's character run deep. Here was a vegetarian who designed terrible weapons of war, a gentle soul who studied violence, a perfectionist who left works unfinished. He was a man who could spend hours observing the subtle differences in the unfurling of various flower species, then turn that same attention to designing machines of destruction for his patrons. These contradictions were not flaws but facets of a mind that refused categorization. Consider the Mona Lisa, perhaps the most famous painting in the world. What appears at first glance to be a simple portrait reveals, upon closer examination, the full complexity of Leonardo's genius. The subtle modeling of light and shadow on the subject's face, informed by his studies of optics, the winding background landscape, reflecting his understanding of geological processes, the enigmatic smile, drawing on his anatomical knowledge of facial muscles, even the pose of the hands, demonstrating his understanding of human anatomy and gesture. Every element of the painting represents the convergence of art and science in a single mind. In his later years, Leonardo found himself at the court of Francis I of France, who provided him with a comfortable home at the manor house of Clos-Lucé near the king's residence at Amboise. Here, the aging artist-scientist was free from financial concerns and could pursue his interests without the pressure of commissions. The king reportedly visited him frequently, delighting in conversation with the elderly genius. It was said that Francis held Leonardo's head in his arms, as the great man died in 1519, though historians doubt the literal truth of this romantic image. As Leonardo's life drew to a close, he may have reflected on the vast territory his mind had covered, and the many questions he had left unanswered. His final years were marked by a partial paralysis of his right hand, which limited his ability to paint, but did little to dampen his intellectual curiosity. Even as his body failed him, his mind continued to range freely across the boundaries of human knowledge. Leonardo died having published nothing, having established no school of painting, having built no lasting monuments. His notebooks, containing innovations that might have advanced human knowledge by centuries, remained largely unseen for generations. Many of his paintings were unfinished or have been lost to time. By conventional measures of achievement, one might say he fell short of his potential. Yet, in a deeper sense, Leonardo's greatest creation was not any painting or invention, but a way of seeing the world. He showed us that true understanding comes not from specialization but from synthesis, from the ability to perceive the connections between disparate fields of knowledge. He demonstrated that art and science are not opposing forces, but complementary ways of investigating the same reality. And perhaps most importantly, he embodied the power of observation, showing that simply looking with patience and wonder can reveal the profound mysteries hiding in plain sight. As twilight settled over Amboise on May 2nd, 1519, the light faded from the eyes that had observed the world more closely than perhaps any before or since. Leonardo da Vinci, illegitimate child, apprentice, artist, scientist, inventor, anatomist, and eternal student of nature, closed his eyes for the final time. But the vision he had shared, of a world where beauty and truth are inseparable, where art and science flow into one another, where curiosity is the highest virtue, continues to inspire us 5 centuries later. When we look at the flight of birds and wonder how they stay aloft, when we notice the play of light across a landscape, when we marvel at the complexity of the human form, we are seeing through Leonardo's eyes. His greatest legacy is not in museums or libraries, but in the way he teaches us still, to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to observe the world not just as it appears, but as it truly is. The stone cottage where Leonardo was born still stands in the Tuscan countryside. Visitors can walk the same hills he explored as a child, see the same quality of light that illuminated his paintings, and perhaps for a moment glimpse the world as he once did, a place of infinite wonder, waiting to be understood. Marie Skłodowska-Curie held the small glass tube up to the darkness, mesmerized by the ethereal blue-green glow that emanated from within. The mysterious luminescence came from a substance she and her husband Pierre had isolated after years of backbreaking work a new element they named radium from the Latin word for ray. The tube contained less than 1/10 of a gram of radium chloride, extracted from tons of pitchblende ore, yet it glowed with an inner light that seemed almost magical. What Marie could not see was how the very substance that would immortalize her name was also silently damaging her body, one cell at a time, with its invisible rays. The light that illuminated the unknown would exact a terrible price from the woman brave enough to discover it. Born Maria Skłodowska on November 7, 1867, in Warsaw, Poland, she entered a world where her homeland existed only as a subjugated territory partitioned between Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Her family belonged to the Polish intelligentsia. Her father taught mathematics and physics. Her mother ran a prestigious boarding school for girls until illness and Russian repression forced its closure. The young Maria absorbed not only a love of learning, but also a fierce Polish patriotism from her family, qualities that would sustain her through tremendous hardship. The Skłodowski household was marked by both intellectual rigor and profound tragedy. Maria's mother died of tuberculosis when the girl was only 10. Her eldest sister died of typhus 2 years earlier. These early encounters with mortality left a permanent mark on the serious, studious child. "Life is not easy for any of us," she would later write. "But what of that? We must have perseverance and above all confidence in ourselves." Under Russian occupation, educational opportunities for Poles, especially women, were severely restricted. The University of Warsaw admitted no female students. The Russian authorities had closed the Flying University, a clandestine institution offering Polish language education. In this environment of intellectual suppression, Maria and her sister Bronia formed a pact. Maria would work as a governess to support Bronia's medical studies in Paris, and then Bronia would help Maria obtain her own education. For years, Maria lived in the homes of wealthy families, teaching their children while sending money to her sister. In her sparse free time, she read scientific textbooks and conducted rudimentary experiments. During this period, she experienced her first heartbreak. A romance with Kazimierz Surowski, the son of her employers, was thwarted by his family's opposition to her lower social standing. The young mathematician would later become a renowned professor, occasionally glimpsing his former love at scientific conferences. An unspoken might have been hanging between them. At 24, with her sister's medical studies complete, Maria finally boarded a train for Paris. The journey was more than geographical. It represented her transformation from Maria Skłodowska, Polish governess, to Marie Skłodowska, scientific researcher. She arrived in the autumn of 1891, with little money but boundless determination, settling in an unheated garret in the Latin Quarter where she sometimes fainted from hunger and cold as she pursued her studies at the Sorbonne. Despite these hardships, Marie flourished academically. She earned master's degrees in both physics and mathematics, an extraordinary achievement for anyone, let alone a foreign woman in 19th century France. It was during these university years that a fellow physicist arranged a fateful meeting between Marie and Pierre Curie, a brilliant but unassuming laboratory instructor who had already made important discoveries in magnetism and piezoelectricity. Their first conversations revealed a profound intellectual compatibility. Pierre, 8 years her senior, was immediately captivated by the intensity and brilliance of the Polish student. When he proposed marriage, Marie initially refused, still planning to return to her beloved Poland. Pierre's letter responding to her refusal reveals the unusual nature of their connection. "Would be a beautiful thing to pass through life together, hypnotized in our dreams. Your dream for your country, our dream for humanity, our dream for science." His words swayed her. They married in 1895 in a simple ceremony, Marie wearing a dark blue dress that would serve as her laboratory attire for years afterward, practical even in this most personal of moments. They exchanged no rings, instead using the money to purchase bicycles for countryside excursions. Their honeymoon consisted of bicycle tours through the French countryside, stopping occasionally to jot down scientific ideas that occurred to them amid the beauty of nature. This unconventional beginning presaged an extraordinary scientific partnership. When Marie needed a topic for a doctoral thesis, Pierre suggested she investigate the strange rays reported by Henri Becquerel emanating from uranium compounds. The decision would alter not only their lives but the course of science itself. Working in a converted shed with primitive equipment, Marie methodically examined various substances to see if they emitted the mysterious rays. She discovered that thorium also emitted these rays, and then made the crucial insight that the strength of the radiation depended not on the compound's chemical form, but on the amount of uranium or thorium present. This led her to a revolutionary conclusion. The rays were a property of the atoms themselves, not their chemical combinations, a direct challenge to the prevailing belief that atoms were indivisible. Most significantly, when testing a uranium ore called pitchblende, Marie found it was more radioactive than could be explained by its uranium content alone. With remarkable intuition, she hypothesized that the ore contained undiscovered elements that were even more radioactive than uranium. This insight launched the Curies on an arduous quest to isolate these new elements. The work was physically grueling. The Curies processed tons of pitchblende, boiling, crushing, and dissolving the ore in a series of chemical separations. Their shed laboratory had no proper ventilation, exposing them continuously to radioactive dust and gases. In summer, it was stifling. In winter, freezing. Yet within this humble space, they achieved something extraordinary. The discovery of two new elements which they named polonium after Marie's homeland and radium. Throughout this intense period of scientific work, Marie also gave birth to two daughters, Irene and Eve. Pierre's father moved in with the family to help care for the children, while both parents pursued their research. The domestic arrangements were as unconventional as their professional ones, allowing Marie to continue her scientific work without interruption, a rarity for women of her era. The Curies' isolation of radium in 1902 was a scientific triumph, but they declined to patent their process for isolating it, believing that scientific discoveries should belong to all humanity. This decision, while noble, ensured that others would profit from the medical and commercial applications of radium while the Curies themselves remained relatively poor. Recognition, however, came swiftly. In 1903, Marie became the first woman to receive a Nobel Prize when she, Pierre, and Henri Becquerel were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for their work on radiation. The awards ceremony crystallized the sexism Marie regularly faced. The Nobel Committee had initially intended to honor only Pierre and Becquerel, until Pierre insisted that his wife's contributions were integral to the discovery. Tragedy struck in 1906 when Pierre was killed in a street accident, his skull crushed beneath the wheels of a horse-drawn cart. Marie, now a widow with two young daughters, was devastated. She wrote in her diary of the impossibility of accepting the brutal fact as definitive when all your being has been fashioned for common life with another. Yet from this profound loss, she forged a new chapter in her scientific career. The Sorbonne offered her Pierre's position, making her the first female professor in the university's 650-year history. Standing before a packed lecture hall, she began precisely where her husband had left off in his last lecture, a symbolic continuation of their shared work that moved many in the audience to tears. In the years that followed, Marie isolated pure radium metal, developed methods to measure radioactivity, and supervised some of the first studies using radioactive substances to treat cancer. In 1911, she received an unprecedented second Nobel Prize, this time in chemistry, for the discovery of radium and polonium. No one before her had received Nobel Prizes in different scientific fields. Yet at the very moment of this triumph, Marie found herself embroiled in scandal. Her friendship with physicist Paul Langevin, a former student of Pierre's who was unhappily married, had evolved into a romance. When Langevin's wife obtained their private letters and leaked them to the press, a vicious media campaign erupted. Marie was portrayed as a foreign homewrecker, a dangerous intellectual, and a Jew, though she was not Jewish. The anti-Semitism of the attacks added another layer of venom. The Swedish Academy of Sciences urged her not to attend the Nobel ceremony, fearing her presence would taint the proceedings. Marie's response was characteristically dignified. The prize has been awarded for the discovery of radium and polonium. I believe that there is no connection between my scientific work and the facts of private life. She attended the ceremony and accepted her prize, though the scandal left deep emotional wounds. When World War I erupted, Marie saw an opportunity to apply her scientific knowledge in service of France and humanity. She developed mobile X-ray units, dubbed Little Curies, that could be driven to the battlefield to help surgeons locate bullets and shrapnel in wounded soldiers. She trained women as X-ray technicians, drove the units herself to the front lines, and even used her Nobel Prize money to purchase war bonds. By war's end, over 1 million wounded soldiers had been treated using her X-ray units. Throughout these years of scientific achievement and public service, the effects of radiation exposure were quietly accumulating in Marie's body. She suffered from constant fatigue, tinnitus, and cataracts, all symptoms of radiation sickness. Yet the connection between radioactivity and health damage was not yet fully understood, even by Marie herself. She kept test tubes of radium salts in her desk drawer and admired their blue-green glow at night. Laboratory notes from decades earlier remain so radioactive today that they are stored in lead boxes and can only be handled with protective equipment. In her final decade, Marie witnessed her scientific legacy blossom. The Curie Foundation was established in Paris, fulfilling her dream of creating an institute dedicated to medical, biological, and nuclear physics research. Her daughter Alen, following in her scientific footsteps, collaborated with her husband Friedrich to discover artificial radioactivity, work that would earn them a Nobel Prize of their own in 1935, a year after Marie's death. Marie Curie died on July 4, 1934, of aplastic anemia caused by decades of radiation exposure. Her research notebooks, her cookbooks, her furniture, nearly everything she touched, remains radioactive to this day. Her body was laid to rest beside Pierre's in a simple grave at Sceaux, outside Paris. But in 1995, the remains of both Curies were transferred to the Panthéon in Paris, Marie becoming the first woman honored with interment in this mausoleum of France's most distinguished citizens. The elements Marie discovered continue their slow radioactive decay, their half-lives far exceeding human lifespans. Polonium-210 has a half-life of 138 days. Radium-226 takes 1,600 years to decay to half its original amount. In a similar way, Marie Curie's scientific legacy endures, diminished neither by time nor by the substantial discoveries that have followed hers. The shy Polish girl who once studied by candlelight because her family could not afford lamp oil became the first person to win Nobel Prizes in 2 different sciences, the discoverer of 2 elements, a pioneer in the treatment of cancer, and an inspiration to generations of scientists, particularly women entering fields long dominated by men. Her life embodied her own philosophy. Nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more, so that we may fear less. The price she paid for this understanding was ultimately her life, her body slowly damaged by the very elements she had discovered. Yet the blue-green glow of radium that once illuminated her laboratory illuminated something far more enduring, the power of scientific inquiry to reveal the invisible structures that underlie our world, and the capacity of human intellect and perseverance to expand the boundaries of knowledge, even at great personal cost. Noam Chomsky stood at his cluttered desk at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, surrounded by towering stacks of books, papers, and correspondence that threatened to topple onto the worn carpet below. It was 1957, and the young linguistics professor was about to publish Syntactic Structures, a slim volume that would explode like an intellectual bomb in the field of linguistics, and eventually reshape our understanding of what it means to be human. Outside his window, students navigated a campus and a country immersed in post-war optimism and Cold War anxiety. But behind Chomsky's thoughtful eyes lay a revolutionary vision that language was not merely learned behavior, as the dominant paradigm insisted, but rather an innate capacity hardwired into the human brain through biological evolution. Born on December 7, 1928, in Philadelphia, Avram Noam Chomsky entered a world of engaged intellectual discourse from his earliest days. His father, William Chomsky, was a respected Hebrew scholar whose work on medieval grammar perhaps planted early seeds for his son's linguistic investigations. His mother, Elsie Simonovsky, taught at a Hebrew school and shared her husband's progressive politics. The Chomsky household hummed with discussions of language, literature, politics, and social justice, creating an environment where questioning established wisdom was not merely permitted, but encouraged. Young Noam showed precocious intellectual abilities, reading voraciously and writing his first article, an analysis of the spread of fascism following the fall of Barcelona during the Spanish Civil War, at age 10 for his elementary school newspaper. This early linking of linguistic analysis with political awareness presaged the dual tracks his life's work would follow. As a teenager, Chomsky immersed himself in the vibrant intellectual culture of New York City, spending hours in his uncle's newsstand on 72nd Street, which served as an informal gathering place for Jewish intellectuals escaping European fascism. These early experiences formed the foundation for both his scientific rigor and his lifelong commitment to analyzing power structures and advocating for social justice. After briefly attending the University of Pennsylvania, Chomsky met linguist Zelig Harris, whose mentorship would prove decisive in channeling the young man's broad intellectual interests toward the scientific study of language. Harris introduced Chomsky to structural linguistics, the dominant paradigm that approached language as a system of patterns that could be discovered through careful analysis of speech samples. But even as Chomsky absorbed these methodologies, he began to perceive their limitations, particularly in explaining how children acquire language with such remarkable speed and precision, despite limited and often flawed input. This question, how children accomplish the seemingly impossible task of mastering complex grammatical systems without explicit instruction, became Chomsky's intellectual North Star. The behavioral approach that dominated American psychology and linguistics in the 1950s, exemplified by B.F. Skinner's work, suggested that language acquisition occurred through environmental conditioning, through imitation, reinforcement, and associative learning. Chomsky found this explanation radically insufficient. Children, he observed, produce novel sentences they have never heard before. They make systematic errors that suggest rule following rather than imitation. They master complex grammatical structures with astonishing rapidity. In 1959, Chomsky published a devastating review of Skinner's book Verbal Behavior, systematically dismantling its claims about language acquisition and proposing an alternative framework that humans possess an innate language faculty, what he would later call a universal grammar, that constrains and guides the language acquisition process. This critique marked a pivotal moment, not just for linguistics but for cognitive science, more broadly, helping to catalyze what would become known as the cognitive revolution against behaviorism's dominance. The implications of Chomsky's linguistic theories extended far beyond technical debates about grammar. If humans possess innate linguistic structures, this suggested that the mind is not a blank slate shaped entirely by experience, as behaviorists and empiricists had long maintained. Rather, the human mind comes equipped with specialized cognitive structures that shape how we perceive and categorize the world. This nativist perspective challenged fundamental assumptions about human nature, learning, and the relationship between biology and culture that had dominated Western intellectual thought for centuries. Chomsky's framework, initially called transformational generative grammar, and later refined through various theoretical models, including the minimalist program, proposed that all human languages, despite their apparent diversity, share underlying structural principles. Surface differences between, say, Japanese and English mask deeper commonalities in how sentences are organized and interpreted. This universality, Chomsky argued, reflected the biological foundations of language in the human brain. His approach shifted linguistics from a primarily descriptive enterprise to an explanatory science, seeking to uncover the cognitive mechanisms that make language possible. The professional courage this intellectual stance required should not be underestimated. In challenging behaviorism at the height of its influence, the young professor risked his career prospects in a field where deviating from established paradigms often led to professional marginalization. Yet Chomsky's meticulous argumentation, mathematical precision, and extraordinary breadth of knowledge made his proposals impossible to dismiss, even for those who disagreed vehemently with his conclusions. As Chomsky's linguistic theories were transforming cognitive science, his political voice was simultaneously emerging on the national stage. In February 1967, he published The Responsibility of Intellectuals in the New York Review of Books, a searing critique of how academic experts and media figures provided intellectual cover for American military involvement in Vietnam. This essay, which argued that intellectuals have a moral responsibility to speak truth to power and expose governmental lies, established Chomsky as one of the most prominent critics of American foreign policy and media complicity in governmental deception. This dual identity, revolutionary scientist and political dissident, created cognitive dissonance for many observers. How could the same individual develop highly technical theories about syntactic structures while also writing accessible critiques of media propaganda and imperial power? Yet for Chomsky himself, these pursuits reflected complementary aspects of a unified intellectual project, understanding human capacity for both creative expression and social organization. Throughout his long career at MIT, where he taught for over 60 years, Chomsky maintained this twin focus on linguistic theory and political analysis. His office became a pilgrimage site for both promising young linguists and political activists seeking insight into everything from the minimalist program in syntax to the media's role in manufacturing consent for military interventions. Despite his growing fame, colleagues and students consistently described a person of remarkable humility, generosity, and intellectual integrity, someone who gave the same careful attention to an undergraduate's question as to a senior colleague's critique. Chomsky's influence extended far beyond his primary fields of expertise. His linguistic theories provided foundational concepts for the development of artificial intelligence, particularly natural language processing. His ideas about innate cognitive structures influenced developmental psychology, evolutionary biology, and philosophy of mind. His critiques of mainstream media inspired alternative journalism and media literacy education. Perhaps most significantly, his insistence that science should pursue explanatory depth rather than merely descriptive adequacy established an intellectual standard that transformed multiple disciplines. The personal cost of Chomsky's political activism should not be overlooked. His criticism of Israeli policies toward Palestinians alienated some within his Jewish community. His unsparing critiques of American foreign policy led to dismissal and even vilification in mainstream media outlets. His support for freedom of speech, even for those expressing reprehensible views, sometimes created friction with potential political allies. Yet through decades of public engagement, he maintained a remarkable consistency of principle, evaluating all governments and power structures by the same moral standards, regardless of their ideological alignment. As he entered his 90s, Chomsky maintained an intellectual productivity that would exhaust someone half his age. He continued publishing original research in linguistics, while also addressing contemporary political crises, including climate change, rising authoritarianism, and economic inequality. When asked how he sustained this level of engagement across such diverse domains for so many decades, he typically offered a characteristically understated response: reading widely, thinking carefully, and maintaining a commitment to following the evidence wherever it leads. The young professor who once stood at his desk at MIT, contemplating how to explain his radical ideas about language acquisition, eventually became one of the most cited scholars alive and a global public intellectual whose political analyses reached audiences far beyond academia. Yet throughout this extraordinary trajectory, Chomsky remained faithful to the intellectual values instilled during those early discussions around his parents' dinner table. Question received wisdom, analyze power structures, and insist on the fundamental dignity of all human beings. In both his scientific and political work, Chomsky has consistently emphasized human creative potential, our capacity to generate infinite novel expressions from finite cognitive resources, and our ability to envision and create more just social arrangements than those we have inherited. This fundamental optimism about human nature, tempered by clear-eyed analysis of how power operates to constrain our freedom, remains perhaps his most enduring legacy, a testament to what one mind can accomplish when driven by both intellectual curiosity and moral purpose. The evening sea breeze carried the rhythmic sound of hammers from the bronze foundry across the harbour of Samos, an island rising from the Aegean Sea in the 6th century BCE. Inside a modest stone dwelling, a young boy sat transfixed, not by the visual spectacle of sparks and molten metal, but by the musical intervals produced when hammers of different weights struck the anvils. The child, Pythagoras, was already displaying the peculiar ability to discern mathematical patterns, where others heard only noise, to perceive order in what appeared to be random. This sensitivity to hidden harmonies would one day transform both mathematics and philosophy, though the man himself would remain shrouded in legend, his actual achievements nearly inseparable from the myths that grew around him. Born around 570 BCE on Samos, one of the wealthiest Greek islands of the eastern Aegean, Pythagoras entered a world of transition and intellectual ferment. His father, Menetzarchus, was a merchant or gem engraver, possibly of Phoenician descent, who had been granted Samian citizenship as a reward for bringing grain to the island during a famine. His mother, Pythias, came from a local Samian family. This mixed heritage placed young Pythagoras at the intersection of cultures and traditions during a period when Greek colonial expansion was bringing Hellenic thought into contact with the ancient wisdom of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and perhaps even more distant civilizations. The Samos of Pythagoras' youth existed under the rule of the tyrant Polycrates, whose court attracted luminaries including the poet Anacreon, and the engineer Eupalinos. The island pulsed with commercial activity and cultural energy, its harbour filled with ships from across the Mediterranean. Here, amid bustling markets where Greek, Phoenician, and Egyptian traders exchanged not just goods but ideas, the curious and precocious Pythagoras likely had his first encounters with foreign mathematical and religious concepts that would shape his intellectual development. Traditional accounts suggest Pythagoras received an education unusually extensive for his time. The philosopher Thales of Miletus, already elderly, may have influenced his early interest in mathematics and astronomy. Local tradition held that Pythagoras studied with Pherecydes of Syros, a cosmological thinker who explored the soul's immortality and transmigration, ideas that would become central to Pythagorean thought. Whether these specific tutoring relationships occurred as described, the young man clearly absorbed the intellectual currents flowing through the eastern Mediterranean. Around the age of 40, reportedly dissatisfied with Polycrates' increasingly oppressive rule, Pythagoras left Samos on a journey that would transform him from promising local intellectual to legendary sage. He travelled first to Egypt, according to Isocrates and later biographers, where he studied with the priests at Heliopolis, Memphis, and other centres of Egyptian learning. The mathematical knowledge and religious practices he encountered there, including dietary restrictions, emphasis on purity, and certain geometrical insights, would profoundly influence his later teaching. When the Persian Emperor Cambyses conquered Egypt around 525 BCE, tradition holds that Pythagoras was taken as a prisoner to Babylon, where he allegedly encountered Zoroastrian magi and possibly even Jewish thinkers returning from exile. These narratives, Eastern wisdom acquired during extended captivity, must be treated with caution. They emerged centuries after Pythagoras' death and reflect the ancient Greek tendency to locate ultimate sources of wisdom in older Eastern civilizations. Yet the multicultural nature of his thought suggests genuine engagement with non-Greek traditions, however and wherever this exposure occurred. Upon returning to the Greek world, now approaching 50 years of age, Pythagoras found his native Samos still under tyrannical rule and apparently unsuitable for the community he envisioned establishing. Around 518–520 BCE, he settled in Croton, a Greek colony in southern Italy, where, according to tradition, his reputation for wisdom and the force of his personality soon attracted a circle of devoted followers. The community Pythagoras established at Croton marks one of history's earliest examples of what we might call a philosophical school, though it functioned more like a religious brotherhood or secret society than a modern academic institution. Initiates reportedly progressed through multiple levels, beginning as listeners, akosmatikoi, who received the master's teachings in silence and darkness, unable to see him as he spoke from behind a curtain. Only after proving their discretion, completing purification rituals, could members advance to become mathematicians, mathematikoi, those granted access to the deeper mathematical and philosophical teachings. The Pythagorean community practiced a highly regulated way of life that encompassed dietary restrictions, most famously abstention from beans, and in some accounts animal flesh, specific clothing requirements, rules about when to speak and when to remain silent, and a communal property system. Each day began with solitary morning walks for contemplation, followed by communal study and discussion. Musical practice, physical exercise, and review of ethical principles structured their daily experience. Women were reportedly admitted as equal members, an extraordinary inclusion for the time, with Pythagoras' wife or daughter Theano often mentioned as a leading figure in the movement. At the heart of Pythagorean teaching lay a revolutionary concept: numbers as the fundamental reality underlying all things. All is number, proclaimed the Pythagoreans, suggesting that mathematical relationships form the true structure of the cosmos. This insight may have originated in musical observations. The discovery that harmonious sounds correspond to simple numerical ratios between string lengths. A string stopped at exactly half its length produces a note precisely one octave higher than the open string, a 2:1 ratio. A string divided in a 3:2 ratio produces a perfect fifth, while a 4:3 ratio yields a perfect fourth. This correlation between mathematical proportion and aesthetic harmony suggested to the Pythagoreans a profound truth. The universe itself must be organized according to numerical principles that can be discovered through reason rather than merely observed through the senses. This revelation, that nature has a mathematical structure accessible to human intellect, stands as one of the most consequential insights in the history of human thought, underpinning the entire enterprise of mathematical physics, from ancient astronomy through Newton to modern-day quantum theory. From this central intuition flowed numerous mathematical discoveries traditionally attributed to Pythagoras, or his early followers. The properties of triangular and square numbers, arithmetic and geometric progressions, and most famously, the theorem bearing his name, that in a right-angled triangle, the square of the hypotenuse equals the sum of the squares of the other two sides. Whether Pythagoras himself discovered this theorem, or imported knowledge of it from Egypt or Babylon, remains uncertain. What seems clear is that the Pythagoreans were the first to provide a general proof rather than merely observing the relationship in specific cases. The Pythagorean investigation of mathematics, however, extended beyond practical problem-solving into profound philosophical territory. Their contemplation of numbers led them to associate specific numerical patterns with cosmic principles and virtues. One represented unity and divine intellect, two symbolized opinion and division, three embodied harmony as the reconciliation of unity and division, four represented justice and stability, corresponding to the four elements, and so on. The tetractes, a triangular arrangement of 10 points in 4 rows, became a sacred symbol embodying the perfection of the cosmos. Initiates reportedly swore oaths upon this figure, which they believed contained the secrets of universal harmony. The movement's mystical dimension extended to beliefs about the soul's immortality and transmigration. Pythagoras allegedly claimed to remember his previous incarnations, and taught that through mathematical study, ethical living, and proper ritual, souls could escape the cycle of rebirth and return to a divine state. This spiritual framework transformed mathematics from a merely practical tool into a path of purification, salvation, perhaps history's first instance of seeking spiritual transcendence through rational inquiry. The political dimension of the Pythagorean Brotherhood proved more immediately consequential for their worldly fate. In Croton and other southern Italian cities, the Pythagoreans apparently formed a political faction advocating aristocratic governance aligned with their philosophical principles, rule by those with superior wisdom and ethical cultivation, rather than wealth or hereditary status. Their influence grew until they effectively controlled several city governments in Magna Graecia. This political power ultimately triggered their downfall. Around 510 BCE, popular uprisings against Pythagorean governance erupted across southern Italy. In Croton, a prominent citizen named Cylon, reportedly rejected for admission to the Pythagorean Brotherhood, led an assault on the community. Their meeting house was burned with many members inside. Pythagoras himself either perished in this attack or had already fled to Metapontum, where tradition holds he died soon after, around 495 BCE. The Brotherhood scattered across the Greek world, taking their master's teachings with them in fragmentary form. The violent suppression of the Pythagorean communities, rather than ending their influence, transformed them into an underground movement whose ideas spread throughout the Greek world. The secretive nature of their organization and teachings, combined with the absence of writings by Pythagoras himself, made separating authentic doctrines from later attributions nearly impossible. As Pythagorean ideas merged with Platonic philosophy and later Neoplatonism, the historical Pythagoras receded behind an increasingly mythologized figure, credited with supernatural powers and wisdom. By the Roman era, fantastical stories circulated about Pythagoras appearing in 2 places simultaneously, taming bears and eagles with his voice, displaying a golden thigh as evidence of his divine parentage, and hearing the harmony of the spheres, the musical sounds supposedly produced by the planets in their orbits. He became less historical person than archetypal wise man, onto whom each age projected its ideal of wisdom. What remains when we strip away these later accretions? Perhaps a figure similar to other pre-Socratic thinkers, a searching intellect grappling with fundamental questions about reality, but one who channeled his insights into a distinctive communal lifestyle rather than written treatises. The devotion of his followers, both contemporary and generations later, suggests a personality of extraordinary charisma and moral authority. The mathematical discoveries associated with his school demonstrate genuine intellectual breakthrough, whatever Pythagoras' personal contribution might have been. Most significantly, the Pythagorean integration of rational inquiry with spiritual practice established a mode of philosophical life that would influence countless later traditions. From Plato's academy to medieval monasteries, from Renaissance natural philosophy to certain strains of modern theoretical physics, we can trace the recurring idea that mathematical study offers not merely technical knowledge, but a kind of spiritual insight that in contemplating abstract patterns, the human mind achieves its highest purpose and glimpses a reality beyond sensory experience. This Pythagorean intuition that the universe speaks a mathematical language accessible to human reason, and that understanding this language transforms not just our knowledge but our very being, remains one of humanity's most fertile intellectual seeds. From it has grown much of what we now call science, alongside mathematical mysticism and various philosophical idealisms. Each time a modern physicist expresses wonder at the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in describing physical reality, or marvels at the elegant equations that seem to reveal nature's inner structure, they are experiencing a moment of Pythagorean insight across the millennia. The stone dwelling where a young boy once listened for mathematical patterns in the sounds of hammers has long since crumbled. The meeting houses where initiates contemplated the mystical significance of numbers exist now only as archaeological traces. Even the theorem that bears his name may not have been his discovery. Yet whenever we recognize that physical phenomena follow mathematical principles, whenever we seek harmony through rational understanding rather than mere sensory experience, we are walking a path that Pythagoras, that enigmatic sage of Samos, helped establish at the dawn of Western philosophy. Richard Phillips Feynman drummed his fingers rhythmically on the cafeteria table at Los Alamos, the classified laboratory hidden away in the New Mexico desert. Around him, the greatest scientific minds of the 1940s discussed the theoretical problems of building an atomic bomb, their voices hushed despite the isolation of the secret facility. But Feynman wasn't listening. His mind was elsewhere, absorbed in the complex pattern of his drumming, calculating the mathematical relationship between the different rhythms his fingers were creating, wondering if there might be some deeper physical principle to be discovered in these vibrations. This capacity to find profound physics in everyday activities, to see the extraordinary within the ordinary, would define not just his scientific approach, but his entire way of moving through the world. Born on May 11, 1918 in Far Rockaway, Queens, New York, Feynman emerged from a Jewish family of modest means but uncommon curiosity. His father, Melville, sold uniforms for a living but harbored a deep reverence for scientific thinking. Though lacking formal education, Melville read scientific texts and cultivated in his son an approach to knowledge that valued understanding over mere memorization. "What good is it to know the name of something if you don't know what it means?" he would ask young Richard during their walks through the neighborhood, where every natural phenomenon became an opportunity for inquiry rather than passive acceptance. From his mother, Lucille, Feynman inherited a playful sense of humor and perhaps his remarkable storytelling abilities. The combination of his father's analytical approach and his mother's expressiveness created in Feynman a rare balance, a mind that could penetrate the deepest mysteries of quantum physics, while retaining the ability to explain complex ideas with disarming clarity. The young Feynman showed early signs of the brilliance that would later revolutionize physics. He taught himself algebra, trigonometry, and calculus before encountering them in school. He repaired radios for neighbors during the Depression, diagnosing problems through logical deduction rather than trial and error. When other children collected stamps or baseball cards, Feynman created his own system of mathematical notation, independent of conventional symbols, revealing an intellect that instinctively sought to rebuild knowledge from first principles rather than absorbing it passively. At Far Rockaway High School, his mathematical gifts became increasingly evident, though his irreverent attitude toward authority occasionally frustrated teachers. He won the New York University Math Championship while still in high school, but was rejected by Columbia University, possibly due to anti-Semitic quotas common in elite institutions of the era. Instead, he attended MIT, where his extraordinary abilities became apparent even among the scientifically gifted student body. By the time he graduated in 1939, professors were already speaking of him as a once-in-a-generation talent. For his graduate studies, Feynman chose Princeton, where he studied under John Wheeler and developed ideas that would eventually lead to his path-integral formulation of quantum mechanics. His doctoral thesis, applying the principle of least action to quantum mechanics, already showed the innovative thinking that would characterize his later work. Yet even among Princeton's academic elite, Feynman stood out not just for his intelligence, but for his unconventional approach, solving problems that stumped others by visualizing them in uniquely intuitive ways rather than through mathematical formalism alone. The trajectory of Feynman's early career, like that of many scientists of his generation, was dramatically altered by World War II and the Manhattan Project. At just 24, he was recruited to the secret laboratory at Los Alamos, where he quickly became an essential figure despite his junior status. Assigned to Hans Bethe's theoretical division, Feynman developed computational methods for calculating neutron diffusion and devised safety protocols for the enriched uranium storage. His practical approach to problem-solving and organizational abilities led to his appointment as a group leader, overseeing the human computers performing complex calculations. Los Alamos also revealed Feynman's mischievous side. He delighted in cracking the combination safes containing classified documents, leaving notes to demonstrate security vulnerabilities. He discovered holes in the security fence and slipped in and out to demonstrate the site's weaknesses. These pranks, though potentially serious in a classified facility, reflected a deeper aspect of his character, a refusal to accept authority without verification, an insistence on testing systems rather than trusting them blindly. Amid the intense focus on building the atomic bomb, personal tragedy struck. Arline Greenbaum, Feynman's high school sweetheart, whom he had married in 1942, despite knowing she was dying of tuberculosis, was deteriorating in a sanitarium in Albuquerque. Throughout their marriage, he drove hours each weekend to visit her, balancing his critical war work with devoted care for his wife. When she died in June 1945, just weeks before the Trinity test, Feynman experienced a loss that would affect him deeply for years, a private grief hidden behind his outwardly exuberant personality. After the war, Feynman joined the faculty at Cornell University, entering a period of depression and creative block. The physics problems that had once excited him now seemed meaningless in the shadow of Arline's death and the destructive power of the weapons he had helped create. A pivotal moment came while watching a plate being tossed in the air in the Cornell cafeteria. Noticing the relationship between the plate's rotation and wobble, Feynman rediscovered his joy in understanding how things work. This simple observation led him back to serious physics, beginning the work on quantum electrodynamics that would eventually earn him the Nobel Prize. The following decade saw Feynman's most significant scientific contributions. Working with Julian Schwinger and Shinichiro Tominaga, he developed a complete theoretical framework for understanding the interaction of light and matter, solving fundamental problems that had stumped physicists since the 1930s. His approach, characterized by the intuitive Feynman diagrams that allowed complex particle interactions to be visualized and calculated, revolutionized the field and remains a fundamental tool in theoretical physics. For this work, Feynman was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1965, sharing it with Schwinger and Tominaga. Characteristically, he considered not attending the ceremony, uncomfortable with the formality and skeptical of awards in general. When a reporter asked him how it felt to win the Nobel Prize, he responded, "I don't know, I haven't had it for very long," revealing his discomfort with the trappings of fame and his preference for the work itself over its recognition. Beyond his scientific contributions, Feynman became known as an exceptional teacher. His undergraduate physics lectures at Caltech, later published as the Feynman Lectures on Physics, transformed physics education with their clarity, insight, and infectious enthusiasm. Rather than presenting physics as a collection of facts to be memorized, Feynman showed it as a living, evolving way of understanding the world, accessible through clear thinking rather than rote learning. Generations of physicists cite these lectures as a formative influence, not just for the content but for the approach to science they embodied. Feynman's later years brought him unexpected public prominence. His participation in the investigation of the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster in 1986 introduced him to a wider audience when, in a televised hearing, he demonstrated the effect of cold temperatures on O-ring resilience by simply dropping a rubber ring clamped in ice water into his glass of ice water. This simple, decisive experiment cut through months of technical obfuscation and revealed the cause of the disaster, demonstrating Feynman's gift for distilling complex problems to their essence. Throughout his life, Feynman cultivated wide-ranging interests beyond physics. He taught himself to play drums and became accomplished enough to perform with groups in Brazil during his sabbatical there. He learned to draw, exhibiting his work under a pseudonym to ensure it was judged on its merits rather than his scientific fame. He cracked Mayan hieroglyphs for fun, and became fascinated with Tuvan throat singing, initiating a correspondence with the isolated Asian region of Tuva that would be documented in the book Tuva or Bust. These diverse interests weren't mere hobbies but expressions of Feynman's fundamental approach to life, an insatiable curiosity, a determination to understand through direct engagement rather than received knowledge. Whether discussing physics, playing bongos, or sketching portraits, he brought the same quality of presence and attention, the same refusal to pretend understanding where none existed, the same joy in discovery. When Feynman died on February 15, 1988, at the age of 69, after a decade-long battle with cancer, physics lost not only one of its most brilliant minds, but one of its most distinctive voices. On his blackboard at Caltech, he had written words that captured his approach to both science and life. "What I cannot create, I do not understand." This principle, that true knowledge comes from building ideas from the ground up rather than accepting them on authority, guided his scientific work and his broader philosophy. Feynman's legacy extends beyond his formal contributions to quantum electrodynamics, or his pioneering work in quantum computing and nanotechnology. It lives in his approach to knowledge, a rare combination of analytical rigor and childlike wonder, technical mastery and creative intuition, skepticism toward authority, and profound respect for nature's reality. In a century marked by increasing specialization, he remained a true Renaissance figure, moving between disciplines with playful curiosity while maintaining the highest standards of intellectual integrity. The tropical heat of South India pressed down upon the small town of Kumbakonam on a December day in 1887. In a modest home on Sarangapani Street, Kumalatamil had just given birth to a son. The child, named Srinivasa Ramanujan, appeared ordinary enough, no different from thousands of other Brahmin boys born in the Tamil Nadu region during the height of British colonial rule. Within this seemingly ordinary infant resided a mathematical imagination of such profound depth and intuition that it would one day astonish the most sophisticated mathematicians of the Western world, challenge fundamental assumptions about how mathematical discovery occurs, and bridge the cultural divide between East and West through the universal language of numbers. The Ramanujan household was one of modest means but rich cultural tradition. His father, Srinivasa Ramanujan, worked as a clerk in a cloth merchant's shop, earning barely enough to support his family. His mother, Kumalatamil, was a traditional housewife, but also a woman of spiritual depth who supplemented the family income by singing devotional songs at the local temple. The family lived in a small traditional home with a tiled roof and a narrow veranda, where young Ramanujan would eventually spend countless hours filling notebooks with mathematical formulas that seemed to emerge from some mysterious inner source. Kumbakonam itself, with its ancient temples and sacred tanks, its Sanskrit scholars and religious ceremonies, provided a culturally rich environment despite material poverty. The town, sometimes called the Cambridge of South India, boasted several schools including the town high school where Ramanujan would receive his formal education. In this environment, Ramanujan's extraordinary abilities began to manifest early. By the age of 10, he had exhausted the mathematical knowledge of 2 college students who lodged at his home, proceeding to devour S.L. Loney's trigonometry text by age 13. The pivot point in young Ramanujan's mathematical awakening came at age 15, when he borrowed a copy of G.S. Carr's Synopsis of Elementary Results in Pure and Applied Mathematics. This unusual book, essentially a collection of some 5,000 mathematical theorems with minimal explanation, would shape his mathematical development in profound and idiosyncratic ways. The book's statement of results without detailed proofs aligned with Ramanujan's intuitive approach, encouraging him to rediscover mathematical pathways on his own, often arriving at novel methods that diverged from conventional approaches. We can imagine the teenage Ramanujan seated cross-legged on the cool stone floor of his home, the worn copy of Carr's synopsis open before him, filling the margins with his own notations, working through problems on a small slate that he would erase again and again to conserve precious writing material. Math was not simply an academic subject for him, but an all-consuming passion, a form of devotion. Hours would pass as he worked in a state of deep concentration that his family came to recognize and usually respect. Traditional Hindu culture suffused Ramanujan's worldview. The family deity was the goddess Namagiri of Namakkal, to whom his mother was particularly devoted. Throughout his life, Ramanujan would attribute his mathematical insights to this goddess, claiming that she appeared to him in dreams, showing him scrolls of complex mathematical formulas. "An equation for me has no meaning," he would later tell his Western colleagues, "unless it expresses a thought of God." This fusion of mathematical and spiritual understanding was not unusual in the Indian intellectual tradition, where mathematics had developed alongside religious philosophy for centuries. The concept of mathematical infinity, for instance, had parallels in Hindu concepts of the infinite nature of the divine. The decimal number system itself, which made modern mathematics possible, had emerged in India as early as the 3rd century CE. Ramanujan stood within this ancient tradition, even as his work would eventually connect with and extend Western mathematical developments. Ramanujan's academic journey was neither smooth nor conventional. Despite his mathematical brilliance, he performed poorly in other subjects, leading to lost scholarships and academic setbacks. He enrolled in Kumbakonam's government college in 1904, but failed his non-mathematical examinations and lost his scholarship. He ran away to the city of Visakhapatnam, continuing his mathematical explorations in isolation. Another attempt at formal education at Pachaiyappa's college in Madras ended similarly. Ramanujan's singular focus on mathematics left little room for the broader education required for academic advancement. Without formal qualifications, Ramanujan found himself in dire financial straits. His mother arranged his marriage to 9-year-old S. Janaki in 1909. Following South Indian Brahmin tradition, the marriage was not consummated until years later when Janaki reached puberty, but it added financial responsibility to Ramanujan's already precarious situation. Desperate for employment, he travelled throughout South India, showing his mathematical notebooks to potential patrons who might secure him a clerical position. These notebooks, filled with thousands of theorems, formulas, and mathematical explorations, represented an extraordinary body of original work, produced in almost complete isolation from the Western mathematical community. They contained rediscoveries of previously established results, alternate approaches to known problems, and startlingly original insights that extended beyond existing mathematical knowledge. Yet finding someone who could comprehend their significance proved nearly impossible in colonial India, where advanced mathematical research had little institutional support. A pivotal moment came when Ramanujan found employment as a clerk at the Madras Port Trust in 1912. Here the office manager, S. Narayana Iyer, recognized his mathematical talent and introduced him to R. Ramachandra Rao, the secretary of the Indian Mathematical Society. After initial skepticism, Rao was overwhelmed by the depth of Ramanujan's insights and became his patron, providing financial support that allowed Ramanujan to focus on his research and publish his first papers in the Journal of the Indian Mathematical Society. Encouraged by these developments, Ramanujan took the daring step of writing to prominent British mathematicians, sending them samples of his theorems. The first two recipients, H. F. Baker and E. W. Hobson, returned his letters without comment, a crushing disappointment. But in January 1913, Ramanujan wrote to G. H. Hardy, a leading mathematician at Cambridge University, in a letter that has become legendary in mathematical history. "I beg to introduce myself to you as a clerk in the accounts department of the Port Trust office at Madras." Ramanujan began humbly, before presenting over 100 mathematical theorems. Hardy later recalled his initial reaction as skepticism. The results seemed too extraordinary, and he suspected a hoax. Together with his collaborator J. E. Littlewood, he spent hours examining Ramanujan's theorems, gradually moving from doubt to astonishment. "They must be true," Hardy concluded, "because if they were not true, no one would have the imagination to invent them." Hardy's response changed Ramanujan's life forever. Recognizing genius that transcended cultural and educational differences, Hardy arranged for Ramanujan to come to Cambridge, overcoming significant obstacles including Brahminical prohibitions against overseas travel. In March 1914, leaving his wife in the care of his mother, Ramanujan boarded the SS Navassa for England, carrying with him notebooks filled with mathematical treasures and stepping into a world culturally, climatically, and socially foreign to everything he had known. The Cambridge that greeted Ramanujan was at the height of its mathematical prestige, but also firmly embedded in the British class system and imperial mindset. As World War I broke out across Europe, Ramanujan found himself navigating not just mathematical challenges, but profound cultural dislocations. A strict vegetarian, he struggled to maintain his dietary restrictions in meat-centered England. Accustomed to the heat of South India, he suffered in the damp English climate. A devout Hindu in Christian Cambridge, he maintained his religious practices in isolation. Despite these difficulties, the mathematical collaboration between Hardy and Ramanujan flourished, producing work of extraordinary originality and importance. Hardy later described their partnership as the one romantic incident in my life. The partnership was complementary. Hardy provided the rigorous proof techniques that Ramanujan's intuitive approach sometimes lacked, while Ramanujan supplied Hardy with results of startling originality that expanded the boundaries of number theory, continued fractions, infinite series, and partition functions. Ramanujan's work during this period led to his election as a Fellow of the Royal Society in 1918 and as a Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, honours that recognised him as one of the most brilliant mathematicians of his generation. Yet these professional triumphs were counterbalanced by deteriorating health. The English climate, wartime food shortages, isolation from his culture, and his own tendency to neglect physical health in favour of mathematical exploration all contributed to his diagnosis with tuberculosis in 1917. During his illness, a poignant episode occurred that reveals the depth of the cross-cultural friendship that had developed between the English Don and the Indian clerk. Hardy recalled visiting Ramanujan in the hospital and, struggling for conversation, mentioned that he had arrived in taxi number 1729, a rather dull number. He remarked, "No, Hardy," Ramanujan immediately replied, "It is a very interesting number. It is the smallest number expressible as the sum of two cubes in two different ways." Even from his sickbed, Ramanujan's mathematical intuition remained undimmed. By 1919, seriously ill but hoping that a return to India might improve his health, Ramanujan sailed back to Madras. He arrived to acclaim. His achievements in England had made him a national hero in India, a symbol of Indian intellectual capacity during a period of growing nationalist sentiment. The University of Madras provided him with a special research scholarship, but his health continued to decline. At home with his wife Janaki, who was experiencing her husband as an adult for the first time after his 5-year absence, Ramanujan continued to produce remarkable mathematical work even as his body failed him. On April 26, 1920, at the age of 32, Ramanujan died, likely from complications of amoebiasis, an intestinal infection he had contracted before leaving for England, and which had been misdiagnosed as tuberculosis. His brief life, spanning just over 3 decades, had produced mathematical insights so profound that mathematicians are still mining his notebooks for clues and developing his ideas a century later. The story of Ramanujan's lost notebook, a final collection of mathematical discoveries made during the last year of his life and rediscovered by George Andrews in 1976 in a box at Trinity College Library, adds an almost mythical coda to his life story. These final theorems, jotted down as he approached death, contained revolutionary insights into mock theta functions that anticipated developments in string theory and black hole physics by decades. It was as if, approaching the threshold between life and death, Ramanujan could see mathematical truths hidden from others. The life of Srinivasa Ramanujan raises profound questions about the nature of mathematical creativity and the cultural contexts of knowledge. How could a largely self-taught mathematician, working in isolation from the mainstream Western tradition, produce work of such depth and originality? Was his intuitive approach, often arriving at correct results through unexplained leaps, a different but equally valid path to mathematical truth compared to the more formal, proof-based approach dominant in the West? Hardy, reflecting on their collaboration, suggested that Ramanujan's lack of formal training may have been, in some ways, an advantage, allowing him to approach problems with fresh perspective, unburdened by conventional limitations. Yet this same lack of training created blind spots that sometimes led Ramanujan astray. The relationship between intuition and rigor, between flash insights and painstaking proof, continues to fascinate mathematicians inspired by Ramanujan's example. The cultural and spiritual dimensions of Ramanujan's mathematical thinking also challenge Western assumptions about the nature of mathematical discovery. His claim that the goddess Namagiri revealed theorems to him in dreams suggests a conception of mathematical truth as something discovered rather than invented, existing in some Platonic realm accessible through multiple pathways, including perhaps spiritual ones. While Western mathematicians might explain Ramanujan's dream revelations as his unconscious mind processing mathematical problems, the epistemological question remains open. What is the relationship between human consciousness and mathematical truth? Ramanujan's story also illuminates the human cost of colonial educational systems that failed to nurture indigenous genius. How many other brilliant minds never found their hardy, never received the recognition and support needed to develop their gifts? The mathematical world was enriched by the chance connection between Hardy and Ramanujan, but impoverished by the structural barriers that made such connections so rare and difficult. On a personal level, Ramanujan's life reveals the profound sacrifices often demanded of those who devote themselves single-mindedly to intellectual pursuits. His health, his relationship with his wife, his connection to his cultural roots, all were compromised in the pursuit of mathematical truth. Yet from this painful human journey came theorems of transcendent beauty and lasting significance. Today, Ramanujan's legacy extends far beyond mathematics. His life has inspired biographies, novels, plays, and films, most notably The Man Who Knew Infinity. The Ramanujan Mathematical Society promotes mathematical research in India. Scholarships and institutes bear his name. His story has become symbolic of the universal nature of human creativity that transcends cultural and educational boundaries. In Kumbakonam, Ramanujan's modest childhood home has been preserved as a museum. Visitors can stand in the small space where a young boy once sat cross-legged on the floor, filling his slate with numbers and formulas that seem to come from some mysterious inner source. They can step onto the narrow veranda where he would later fill notebooks with theorems that would one day astonish Cambridge. They can feel the same tropical heat that pressed down upon the town when Kumalatammal gave birth to her remarkable son in December 1887. The theorems Ramanujan discovered continue to yield new insights as mathematicians develop and extend his ideas. His work on Mach theta functions has found applications in crystallography and string theory. His formulas for calculating p have been used in computer algorithms. His insights into partition functions and continued fractions remain fundamental to number theory. The papers published during his lifetime, just 37 in total, represent only a fraction of the mathematical treasures contained in his notebooks. Perhaps most poignantly, Ramanujan's life reminds us that genius can emerge in the most unlikely circumstances, that the human mind's capacity for discovering patterns, for perceiving the hidden architecture of reality, knows no boundaries of culture, formal education, or social standing. In a world that often values credentials over creativity, Ramanujan stands as a testament to the mysterious wellsprings of human insight that sometimes defy conventional explanation. As Hardy wrote in A Mathematician's Apology, the creative ability of a mathematician, like that of a poet, manifests itself at a very early age, much earlier than in the case of any other type of creative intellectual endeavor. In Ramanujan, this creative ability manifested with a purity and power that seemed almost otherworldly, as if through some combination of innate gift, cultural background, spiritual orientation, and sheer persistence, he had found a direct channel to mathematical truth that others could access only through more laborious paths. The small boy from Kumbakonam, who once told his schoolmates that 0 divided by 0 equals 1, the struggling clerk who filled notebooks with theorems while searching for employment, the fellow of the Royal Society, who believed a goddess whispered mathematics in his ear. These are not separate Ramanujans, but facets of a singular human being whose brief life changed mathematics forever. His story reminds us that the greatest human achievements often emerge from the intersection of extraordinary individual gifts with the courage to pursue them against formidable odds, and the occasional good fortune of finding others who recognize and nurture those gifts before they are lost to the world. The universe does not often announce its greatest thinkers with fanfare or circumstance. Sometimes they arrive quietly, on ordinary days that give no hint of their significance. January 8, 1942, was such a day, the 300th anniversary of Galileo's death, when a child was born in Oxford, England. As bombs fell elsewhere across a war-torn Europe, the stars, had they consciousness, might have paused in their courses to observe this moment, the arrival of Stephen William Hawking, whose mind would later soar through black holes and back to the beginning of time itself, even as his body remained locked in an increasingly rigid frame. The odds against his very existence were astronomical. His parents, Frank and Isabel, had fled from London to Oxford to escape the Blitz, making Oxford, that ancient seat of learning where centuries of scholars had pondered the cosmos, an accidentally perfect birthplace for a boy who would reshape our understanding of the universe. Young Stephen arrived in a world at war, yet the Hawking household was not a place of fear, but of intellectual curiosity and gentle eccentricity. The family home in St. Albans, where they moved after the war, was a peculiar Victorian structure, locally known as the house with the concrete floors, cluttered with books and curiosities. Frank Hawking, a tropical medicine researcher, and Isabel, a free-thinking political activist, created an environment where questions were encouraged more than answers, and where dinner-table conversations ranged from politics to philosophy to the nature of the stars. It was not unusual for the family to eat in silence, each member absorbed in a book propped before their plate. Young Stephen was not immediately recognizable as a prodigy. His early schooling revealed a bright but not exceptional student, whose teachers often complained about his messy handwriting. His friends, however, recognized something unusual in the slender boy with the mischievous smile. They nicknamed him Einstein, partly in recognition of his budding interest in how things worked, and partly for his unruly hair. Together with a close circle of friends, he built primitive computers and modeled boats and airplanes, revealing a hands-on intelligence that would prove ironic in light of his later physical limitations. "I was never top of the class at school," Hawking would later recall with characteristic wry humor, "but my classmates must have seen potential in me, because they elected me to be member of the Philatelic Society." This self-deprecating wit, which would later become one of his defining characteristics, was already evident in his youth, a quality that would help him navigate the unimaginable challenges that lay ahead. At 17, Stephen followed his father's path to University College, Oxford, where he studied physics, preferring its clarity to mathematics abstraction. Oxford in the early 1960s was still bound by ancient traditions and a somewhat complacent academic culture. Hawking, by his own admission, found himself bored and unchallenged, studying perhaps an hour a day and spending more time involved in the university boat club as a coxswain, the small, lightweight person who steers the rowing shell and coordinates the power and rhythm of the rowers. Despite his minimal effort, or perhaps because his natural brilliance allowed him to see through to the heart of problems directly, Hawking achieved a first-class honours degree. When faced with an oral examination to determine his results, he reportedly told his examiners, "If you award me a first, I will go to Cambridge. If I receive a second, I shall stay in Oxford, so I expect you will give me a first." They did. Cambridge became his intellectual home, where he began his graduate work in cosmology under the supervision of Denis Sciama. It was here, as he was beginning his doctoral studies in 1963, that the first shadows of disaster appeared. He began to experience occasional clumsiness and unexplained falls. His speech became slightly slurred. His father, with a medical researcher's eye, noticed the symptoms and took Stephen for tests. The diagnosis came like a cosmic ray striking Earth, unexpected, devastating, transformative. At 21, Stephen Hawking learned he had motor neurone disease, known in America as Lou Gehrig's disease or ALS. The doctors gave him 2 years to live. Faced with this death sentence before his life had truly begun, Hawking initially fell into despair. What was the point of continuing his studies when he would not live to complete them? But in this darkest moment, light appeared in the form of Jane Wilde, an undergraduate studying languages, whom he had met at a New Year's party shortly before his diagnosis. Their growing romance gave Stephen a reason to continue. As he would later explain with the elegant simplicity that characterized his scientific writing, "While there's life, there's hope." With this renewed purpose, Hawking threw himself into his work with an intensity that he had never before shown. If time was limited, then every moment must count. The universe and its mysteries became not just an academic pursuit but a race against his failing body. What emerged was his first groundbreaking work on singularities, the points where space-time curves into infinity, where the known laws of physics break down, the centers of black holes. Hawking's early academic career coincided with a revolution in our understanding of the cosmos. The Big Bang theory was gaining acceptance. Black holes were moving from theoretical curiosity to astronomical reality, and the marriage of quantum mechanics with Einstein's general relativity was the great unsolved problem of theoretical physics. Into this arena stepped the young Hawking, his body increasingly confined to a wheelchair, but his mind ranging freely through the cosmos. In 1970, while watching the birth of his first child, Robert, Hawking had a revelation about black holes. They weren't entirely black. This insight would lead to his most famous discovery, now known as Hawking radiation, the theory that black holes emit energy and will eventually evaporate. This work, published in 1974, created a sensation in the physics community and beyond. It linked quantum theory with gravity in ways previously thought impossible, and suggested that information presumed lost in a black hole might not be lost forever, though this information paradox would continue to occupy him for decades. As his scientific star rose, Hawking's physical condition deteriorated. By the late 1970s, his speech had become so slurred that only those closest to him could understand him. Yet he continued to teach, travel, and research. In 1979, he was appointed Lucasian Professor of Mathematics at Cambridge, the same position once held by Isaac Newton, an extraordinary achievement for a man who had been given just 2 years to live 16 years earlier. A critical turning point came in 1985 when a bout of pneumonia necessitated an emergency tracheotomy that removed what remained of his voice. The loss of speech could have ended his career, but technology intervened in the form of a computer-based communication system, controlled first by a hand switch, and later, as his condition worsened, by a single cheek muscle. This synthetic voice, with its distinctive American accent, would become as famous as the man himself, recognized around the world as the voice of one of humanity's greatest minds. It was during this period of profound physical transition that Hawking embarked on a project that would transform him from respected physicist to global cultural icon. A Brief History of Time, published in 1988, attempted to explain the most complex ideas in cosmology, from quantum mechanics to black holes to the nature of time itself, without equations, making these concepts accessible to non-specialists. The book became an unexpected international bestseller, eventually selling more than 10 million copies in 40 languages. Hawking reflected on this success with characteristic humor. "Someone told me that each equation I included in the book would halve the sales. I therefore resolved not to have any equations at all. In the end, however, I did put in one equation, Einstein's famous equation, E equals sine mech qua. I hope that this will not scare off half of my potential readers." With this literary triumph, Stephen Hawking transcended the usual boundaries of scientific fame to become a pop culture phenomenon, appearing on Star Trek: The Next Generation, The Simpsons, and The Big Bang Theory, giving lectures that filled arenas and becoming recognizable to millions who couldn't begin to understand his scientific work. His computerized voice and wheelchair-bound figure became iconic, representing the triumph of mind over physical limitation. Behind this public persona, however, lay a complex private life. His marriage to Jane, which had sustained him through his early illness, began to strain under the pressures of his disability, his growing fame, and the divergence of their beliefs, Jane being a devout Christian, Stephen an avowed atheist. They separated in 1990, and Hawking later married one of his nurses, Alen Mason, in 1995. This second marriage would also end in divorce in 2006, amid troubling allegations of physical abuse, though Hawking himself declined to comment on these claims. Throughout these personal challenges, Hawking's scientific work continued unabated. He proposed theories on the origin of the universe, suggesting that it had no boundary in space-time, implying it had no beginning and needed no creator. An idea with profound philosophical and theological implications. He engaged in famous scientific wagers, including a bet with American physicist Kip Thorne about whether the X-ray source Cygnus X1 was a black hole. Hawking conceded this bet in 1990, acknowledging that Cygnus X1 was indeed a black hole. As technology advanced, so did Hawking's ability to communicate and work. Sophisticated software allowed him to control his computer using facial expressions, and he continued to publish important papers well into his 70s, an age he was never expected to reach. Perhaps most remarkably, he never lost the essential qualities that made him not just a brilliant scientist, but a beloved public figure: his optimism, his humor, and his determination to extract meaning and joy from life, despite circumstances that might have crushed a lesser spirit. When asked how he maintained his positive outlook, Hawking once responded, "My expectations were reduced to 0 when I was 21. Everything since then has been a bonus." This philosophy, finding freedom in the face of limitation, defined not just his approach to his disability, but to the cosmos itself. The universe, in Hawking's view, is governed by natural laws that may constrain it, but also make it comprehensible and beautiful in its constraints. On March 14, 2018, coincidentally both Albert Einstein's birthday and Pi Day, Stephen Hawking died peacefully at his home in Cambridge. He had lived for 55 years with a disease that typically claims its victims in 2 to 5 years, publishing groundbreaking research, writing best-selling books, fathering 3 children, and becoming perhaps the world's most recognizable scientist in the process. His ashes were interred in Westminster Abbey, between the graves of Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin, a fitting resting place for a man who had extended their scientific legacies. At the interment ceremony, his voice was beamed toward the nearest black hole, 3,500 light-years away, carrying a message of peace and hope. It was a poetically appropriate final journey for the voice that had taught us so much about these cosmic enigmas. Hawking's legacy extends far beyond his scientific contributions, significant though they are. He became a symbol of the power of the human mind, to transcend physical limitations, to continue asking questions even when speaking becomes impossible, to find humor and meaning in the face of extraordinary challenges. His life reminds us that the universe is full of wonders waiting to be discovered, if only we have the courage and curiosity to look up at the stars rather than down at our feet. Perhaps his greatest contribution was not a specific theory or discovery, but his ability to communicate the wonder of the cosmos to millions who would otherwise have found such concepts inaccessible. In making the universe comprehensible, he made it more marvelous, not less. As he wrote in A Brief History of Time, ever since the dawn of civilization, people have not been content to see events as unconnected and inexplicable. They have craved an understanding of the underlying order in the world. Stephen Hawking helped reveal that underlying order, not just to his fellow physicists, but to all of us who have ever looked up at the night sky and wondered. The boy born on Galileo's death day carried forward the great tradition of human curiosity about the cosmos, proving that even within the constraints of a failing body, the mind can still dance among the stars, seeking patterns in their light, stories in their ancient fire, and meaning in a universe that sometimes seems indifferent to our brief presence within it. Terence Tao sat quietly at the kitchen table, his small hands gripping a pencil too large for his fingers, his eyes fixed on the mathematical puzzles his father had prepared. At just 2 years old, he had already taught himself to read using Sesame Street and children's books. By 3, he was teaching basic arithmetic to 5-year-olds in the neighborhood. When most children were learning to count, Terry, as his family called him, was exploring the conceptual foundations of mathematics with an intuitive grasp that left adults around him both amazed and uncertain how to nurture such extraordinary talent. It was the late 1970s in Adelaide, Australia, and his parents, Billy and Grace Tao, immigrants from Hong Kong, watched with a mixture of wonder and responsibility as their firstborn son revealed mathematical abilities that seemed to unfold not through conventional instruction, but through some inherent, almost musical understanding of numerical relationships. Born on July 17, 1975, Terence Tao emerged into the world with capabilities that would soon challenge conventional wisdom about mathematical development and prodigy. His father, a pediatrician, and his mother, a physics and mathematics graduate, recognized their son's unusual abilities early but approached his giftedness with thoughtful balance, providing enrichment without pressure, opportunity without expectation. This nuanced parental guidance would prove crucial in allowing Tao's extraordinary mind to develop at its own remarkable pace, while avoiding the psychological pitfalls that have derailed many prodigious children. Terry's mathematical journey accelerated at a pace that strained educational institutions' ability to accommodate him. At age 5, he was assessed as having the mathematical reasoning of an average 11-year-old. By 8, he scored 760 out of 800 on the math portion of the SAT, a test designed for college-bound high school seniors. While these standardized measures captured something of his quantitative abilities, they missed the deeper, more intuitive aspects of his mathematical thinking, his ability to see unexpected connections between seemingly disparate concepts, to visualize abstract structures, to notice patterns invisible to others. The educational challenges faced by the Tao family illustrate the broader struggles of nurturing exceptional minds within systems designed for typical developmental trajectories. Australian schools in the 1980s, like most educational institutions globally, had limited frameworks for accommodating a child who could master university-level mathematics, while still emotionally and socially developing as an elementary school student. Through careful navigation and advocacy, Terry's parents created a hybrid educational approach, allowing him to attend Flinders University for mathematics courses while maintaining connections with same-age peers through regular schooling. At 10, Tao became the youngest competitor ever in the International Mathematical Olympiad IMO, where he won a bronze medal, a remarkable achievement for his age but merely a hint of what was to come. He returned to the competition in subsequent years, winning silver at 11 and gold at 12. These international competitions provided rare opportunities for Terry to connect with other mathematically gifted young people, a community where his abilities might be better understood and where he could experience the intellectual camaraderie often missing in his daily life. Unlike some prodigies who experience their exceptional abilities as a burden, separating them from peers and creating expectations impossible to fulfill, Tao seems to have maintained a grounded perspective on his mathematical gifts. Former teachers and mentors describe a child who was remarkably normal in many ways, interested in playing computer games, watching television, and other typical childhood activities, while simultaneously exploring mathematical realms few adults could comprehend. This capacity to inhabit both the ordinary world of childhood and the extraordinary landscape of advanced mathematics may have protected him from the identity crises and burnout that have affected many young prodigies. By 16, Tao had completed his bachelor's and master's degrees at Flinders University in Adelaide. At 17, he moved to Princeton University to pursue his doctorate under the guidance of Elias Stein, a renowned harmonic analyst. The transition from being a mathematical celebrity in Australia to joining a community of exceptional mathematicians at Princeton provided new challenges and opportunities for intellectual growth. Though still remarkably young compared to his graduate school peers, Tao was entering an environment where his mathematical abilities, while still extraordinary, were contextualized among other dedicated mathematical minds. At 20, an age when many students are still navigating undergraduate education, and accepted a position at the University of California, Los Angeles, where he has remained throughout his career, becoming the institution's youngest ever full professor at 24. While these achievements suggest a linear trajectory of success, the reality of mathematical research, even for someone of Tao's caliber, involves periods of intense work with uncertain outcomes, tangential explorations that sometimes yield unexpected insights, and collaborative efforts that may take years to bear fruit. What distinguishes Tao from many other brilliant mathematicians is not just the depth of his understanding, but its remarkable breadth. Most top-tier mathematicians specialize in particular subfields, developing deep expertise in narrowly defined areas. Tao, by contrast, has made significant contributions across disparate mathematical domains, from harmonic analysis to partial differential equations, from combinatorics to number theory. This intellectual versatility reflects a deeper characteristic of his mathematical approach: the ability to recognize connections between seemingly unrelated mathematical structures, to translate insights from one domain into the language of another, to see unity where others perceive only fragmentation. This connective thinking was powerfully demonstrated in 2006, when Tao and his collaborator Ben Green proved a theorem about prime numbers, that they contain arithmetic progressions of arbitrary length. This breakthrough, which built on centuries of number theory and introduced innovative analytical techniques, exemplifies Tao's ability to bridge different mathematical traditions to resolve long-standing problems. That same year, he was awarded the Fields Medal, mathematics equivalent of the Nobel Prize, cementing his status as one of the most significant mathematicians of his generation. Behind the impressive achievements and accolades lies a person described by colleagues as unusually collegial and unassuming. In a field sometimes characterized by fierce competition and protectiveness of ideas, Tao has developed a reputation for intellectual generosity, sharing insights freely, collaborating widely, and mentoring younger mathematicians with genuine attention to their development. His mathematical blog, which he has maintained since 2007, reflects this open approach, providing detailed explanations of complex concepts, updates on his research directions, and thoughtful responses to questions from readers ranging from high school students to fellow researchers. The human dimension of Tao's work extends beyond his collaborative approach to his selection of research problems. While he has certainly tackled purely theoretical questions, he has also applied his mathematical insights to practical domains, developing compressed sensing techniques used in medical imaging, exploring fluid dynamics equations with applications to weather prediction, and analyzing the mathematics of wave propagation with relevance to tsunami modeling. This willingness to engage with applied problems alongside abstract theory reflects a pragmatic streak in Tao's approach to mathematical research. Family has remained central to Tao's life alongside his mathematical pursuits. He met his wife Laura, a NASA engineer at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, while both were working in Los Angeles, and they have raised 2 children. Colleagues note that despite his international reputation and demanding research agenda, Tao maintains boundaries around family time, a balance that perhaps reflects the wisdom his own parents showed in nurturing his exceptional abilities while ensuring his broader development as a person. In recent years, Tao has increasingly engaged with mathematical education and public understanding of mathematics. Through his blog, public lectures, and popular books like Solving Mathematical Problems, A Personal Perspective, he has worked to make mathematical thinking accessible to broader audiences. This educational commitment extends to his involvement with programs for mathematically gifted children, efforts informed by his own experiences, navigating educational systems not designed for exceptional mathematical ability. The story of Terence Tao invites reflection on broader questions about human potential, the nature of exceptional ability, and how societies identify and nurture talent. While his mathematical gifts may seem almost supernatural to those without similar capabilities, they represent one extraordinary expression of human cognitive possibility. His journey from a precocious child in Adelaide to a globally influential mathematician illustrates both the remarkable heights individual talent can reach and the importance of supportive environments that allow such talent to flourish. Perhaps most significantly, Tao's approach to mathematics, characterized by openness, collaboration, and boundary-crossing connections, offers a model that challenges stereotypes of the isolated mathematical genius. His willingness to share not just polished results but the messy processes of mathematical exploration democratizes aspects of mathematical thinking, often hidden behind journal publications and formal presentations. In doing so, he invites others into the genuine experience of mathematical discovery, the moments of insight, the productive confusions, the unexpected connections that constitute the lived reality of mathematical research. The small boy who once sat at his family's kitchen table in Adelaide, exploring mathematical patterns with intuitive joy, has grown into a mathematician whose work has expanded the boundaries of multiple fields. Yet in interviews and public appearances, Tao retains a quality of genuine curiosity and humility that suggests his relationship to mathematics remains fundamentally unchanged, driven not by external validation or competitive achievement, but by the intrinsic pleasure of exploring mathematical structures and sharing those explorations with others. In this sense, his greatest contribution may be not just the theorems that bear his name, but the example he provides of how mathematical thinking at its highest level can remain grounded in human connection and authentic wonder.